Special magistrate is empowered under Florida law and the North Miami Code to hold code violation hearings. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at the property, as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss it and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded, so all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all the testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We do have interpreters who will assist you during these proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witnesses that you may have should announce your presence. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say your name out loud, your business, your mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney or an affidavit in order for your testimony to be admitted on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware and understand the violation that is being heard today. And do you understand what is required of you to resolve the violation? Please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner will be given an opportunity to testify on his or her own behalf, to bring forward any witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and to also cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue my findings of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case, I will set an abatement date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new, non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation, and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement at this time, then I will continue the case or table it to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my findings of fact or my ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on this case, on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by a special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim transcript of the proceedings. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant, and it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at this proceeding. Pursuant to city codes, the City of North Miami, if the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. At this time, I believe it is appropriate to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a police officer?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're going to face the flag and the tellers. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll call the code officers in to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If so, please say, I do.
I do. Thank you. At this time, we'll have the interpreters. If you would unmute your microphones and enable your cameras, you guys can go. And I will to be sworn in.
We have one.
Creole interpreter. At this time, Creole interpreter, can you enable your microphone and your video so that we can swear you in for today's proceedings? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move forward with the Spanish interpreter.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you're about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skills, and ability? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Is the Creole interpreter, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, we need to swear you in and I need to have your video, please, in order to swear you in.
What he said. Oh, there it is.
We'll just do the oath one more time since we didn't see you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you're about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skills, and ability? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, the clerk will move forward with her portion of the instructions.
Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on a case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. If you registered in advance of today's hearing, your case will be given priority when your case is called. Your system, you will receive a notification that it has been given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you did not register in advance and you would like to speak on behalf of a case, when your case is called, it will ask you whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raise hand button to be given the ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property.
Okay. At this point, I would ask the code compliance manager to announce any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda.
Your magistrate, I will call in the additions on our agenda, and I will proceed with reading the default citations into record. These citations were issued with a deadline for correction with no compliance. The first case is 135 Memorial LLC, case number CTB-PR 2021-00013. The CVT was not paid and it has no compliance. The next case is 135 Memorial LLC, case number CTMIS 2021-00006. This was not paid and there was no compliance. The following case is Alba I. Elemi, case number PDFAO 2021-00005. This case was not paid and it has no compliance. The following case is BSD 18 LLC, case number CTFOB 2021-00001. It was not paid and there's no compliance. Case number BSD 18 LLC, case number CTMIS 2021-00003. It was not paid and there's no compliance. The next case is Elton Pushi and wife Delma, case number CTTRE 2021-00001. This was not paid and there is no compliance. Gator at 13090 Northwest 7th Ave LLC, case number PDFAO 2021-00002. This was not paid and there is no compliance. The next case is for Lotus Plaza LLC, case number PDFAO 2021-00004. This was not paid and there is no compliance. The following case is Michael Walton and wife Karen, case number CTBPR 2021-00005. This was paid, however, it has not met compliance. The following case is NMB Partners LLC, case number PDFAO 2021-00003. It was not paid and there is no compliance, and those are all the default cases on our agenda. Those are the additions.
All right, are you requesting action on all of those cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as to all of those cases read into the record, I hereby grant a default judgment against those individuals and in favor of the city.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move into the citation appeal.
The first case on the agenda is Sean Grossman, case number CTRCB 2020-00001, property address 12840 North Bayshore Drive.
I do have Mr. Grossman here on the call. Mr. Grossman, I'm going to enable your video and audio. If you can just accept the invitation to be heard on this case.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you also enable your video, please?
Yep. How's that? There you go.
Perfect. At this time, Mr. Grossman, we're going to go ahead and swear you in.
No problem.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Grossman.
Morning.
You understand the nature of the violation filed by the city against
I do.
Okay, let me hear from the code officer regarding the violation.
Well, this is a citation appeal, special magistrate.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
Attorney.
yeah. So it's an appeal. Let me hear from the city.
If I can please get the code officer to state your name and job title for the record.
Good morning, Code Officer Edmay St. Louis. Code Officer?
Sorry.
And I am going to share my screen with you. Are you able to see the civil violation ticket on the screen?
Yes.
Are you able to confirm that this civil violation ticket, ticket number 13719, was issued by you?
That is correct.
And can you confirm that this civil violation ticket was issued to violator Sean Grossman and Candace Grossman at property address 12840 North Bayshore Drive?
That is correct.
And what is the nature of the violation for which you issued your ticket?
For failure to apply and obtain a variance for the recreational vehicle that was parked in front of the property.
And how did you find out about this violation?
This violation was brought to my attention, and upon inspection of the property, I observed the oversized vehicle and issued a CVT.
And were you able to obtain any photographic evidence of the vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Can you confirm that this photo that is on my screen currently is a photo taken by you?
Yes, it is.
And this photo was taken on September 18th of 2020?
That is correct.
And what type of vehicle is depicted in this photograph?
The RV.
And is this a recreational vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And under the city's code and land development regulations, are recreational vehicles allowed to be parked in the city of North Miami?
They're not allowed unless there's a variance in the system.
Did you perform a search of the city's records to see if there was an administrative variance on file for this vehicle?
Yes, I did. There's none on file.
Did you contact the city's zoning department to see whether there was a pending application in process?
When I did check, but there's none on file.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Grossman, you have filed an appeal from the city's code enforcement officer issuance of a civil citation based on the existence of a oversized recreational vehicle on your property, which is within the residential zoning district of the city of North Miami. What is the basis for your appeal?
The fact that it wasn't there permanently, I think I submitted as evidence that it's got a permanent home at another location in Hollywood. I had come back from a trip, same way every neighbor who has an RV does. I was merely unloading it, loading it, and cleaning it. I had just dropped one of my kids off from college. No different than any delivery. I have no intention of leaving it permanently in my driveway. It has a home, but I had just come back from a 27-hour trip dropping kids off at college, or it could have been a vacation, but I was merely unloading it, loading it, and cleaning it. I provided evidence showing that it has a permanent home. I have no interest of leaving it there. The code sort of implies that it's staying there permanently. It's not. It was like a drop off. It was no different than someone delivering roofing tiles.
How long had the RV been sitting there?
48, at that point, it had been there 48 hours from start to finish. I had shown up on one day, and then I gave time to empty it and clean it because I was tired. And you should have the picture of where it sits permanently in Hollywood.
Okay, let me hear rebuttal from the city. Anything you would like to say, Madam City Attorney or Code Officer, in response to the testimony that this was merely an overnight or a 48-hour issue, and that it really the trailer or the recreational vehicle is stored at another location? Does it matter?
I don't believe
48 hours.
I believe that the property owner indicated that he was merely doing a drop off, unloading the vehicle. The city would not think it would take 48 hours for a simple drop off, especially if it did have a permanent home. Also, for residents to be complaining to the city's code compliance department, one has to wonder whether or not it was longer than 48 hours. So I would like our code officer to elaborate on any further knowledge that she has on the issue.
Yeah, I'd like to hear on rebuttal what the city was able to determine based on the testimony that it was there for 48 hours. Was it more than that? Do you have any reason to believe that it was more than that?
As far as for the 48 hours, I would not be able to confirm that it was there within 48 hours. Only for the fact being, when I received the complaint, I just head out to the property and observed that the RV was there and issued a citation.
If I may, Special Magistrate, if you would allow, I have another officer that works that zone predominantly and who is a bit more familiar. I do believe that Mr. Grossman may have been issued prior notices from the city on prior occasions. If you would allow the testimony on the history on the property, which would have led into why the citation was issued.
I think it's beyond the scope of the appeal, what may or may not have happened in the past. The issue is, was it there for 48 hours, which I believe that in itself would be a violation of the code.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Jennifer, you can confirm, but I do believe the code only allows for 24 hours if you're going to be loading and unloading.
Okay.
I don't think anyone can dictate the time. You asked me, I'm guessing at the 48 hours. And they are correct. The first time I was made aware and I found a home for it when I just bought it. It was brand new. And again, it was there for 3 days. I made arrangements to get rid of it. And again, I'm guessing at the 48 hours. It may have been 36. It may have been 24. I have no interest in leaving it there.
Okay, I understand. The issue is what happened during this occasion, not what happened before or what happened later.
But I don't think anyone can attest to the timeline. I'm guessing at the 48. It could have been 24. I think the nature of this is I have no intention of leaving it there longer than I have to.
Okay. What does the code say, Madam City Attorney? How long can it remain there without penalty?
Director Patterson is correct. Our city's code, when it talks about other provisions about loading and unloading, it restricts it to just that period of time for load and unload. It doesn't provide for a 3-day period which you would unload. 3 days to me, that means it's parked. And on the day that our officer went out and inspected the property and issued the citation, it was parked there, and it was parked there without the right permitting for a residential neighborhood. So the city would ask that the ticket be affirmed.
But less than 3 days. I for sure was.
I've heard it enough. Let's not keep going back and forth. I find that the violation was properly issued. The appeal is denied. The violation is affirmed. Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Gervain Racine and wife Ketley. Case number CTBPR 2020-00097. The property address is 1125 Northwest 128 Terrace.
I do believe we have someone here on behalf of this property. Can you, if you are here on behalf of this property, could you please, I have you here, Ketley Racine? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna enable your microphone and video right now. All right, if you would please unmute yourself so that you can be sworn in.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Ketley, if you can please I've sent you an invitation, just accept it to unmute yourself in order to be sworn in.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ketley, do you need a Creole interpreter? Est-ce qu'on besoin d'interprète?
Okay, oui.
Okay, come on. Creole interpreter, could you please enable?
She can
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
fix our camera too.
Magistrate, you can proceed.
Okay, let me hear from the appellant. Let me hear, Ketley, Ms. Racine, you appealed a violation regarding a wood fence or a wood gate that was placed on your property without a permit.
Madame Racine, là, m'entendez, ça même bien pour dire, c'est au sujet de, ou appeler une violation que au sujet de une barrière ou bien faire forger en bois qu'on mettait sur propriété sans permis.
Oui, yo te di, gon moun nan te metelman di, m'bat besoin prend permis pour ça, parce que dit, c'est l'autre fin sans besoin prend permis ça qui tol là. Bon, te di, ou là, pas besoin prend permis pour lui, mais il faut un bol qui tombe bord, so gen les ça gen plus problème là.
Pause, s'il vous plaît. Pause. Yeah, but the issue is I was told by the person that installed the fence that I did not need a permit for that one. I needed a permit for the other fence, the tall one, but not for the wooden one. The issue is he put up one side and did not put up the other side, and I'm guessing maybe that's where the issue is.
Who told you that you didn't need a permit?
Qu'est-ce qui dit qu'on pas besoin de permis?
Moun nak metel mwen, li di m pat bezwen permis pou m metel. So,
The person who installed it for me told me that I did not need a permit to put it there.
All right, let me hear from the city at this point.
M'entendez la main city à ce point.
oui.
If I can get the officer to state your name and job title for the record.
Wayne Clark City, North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Mr. Clark, I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to see the civil violation ticket in number 13955?
Yes.
Mettez violation sur écran, que au Caboué, c'est violation numéro 13955.
Can you confirm that you issued this violation ticket to Ms. Ketley Rustine on or about October 14th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
Est-ce que vous affirmez que vous avez présenté violation ça by Madame Ketley Rustine à peu près en époque octobre 14 2020? Oui.
And what is the violation that you issued your ticket for?
Et qui ça qui violation que vous présentez en ticket là?
Installed a wood gate at the property without first obtaining the required permit from the city.
Pour installation de barrière en bois sans permis, sans que moun nan appliqué pour recevoir un permis la même city.
And how did you find out about this violation?
Et qui j'en apprendre de violation ça?
Anonymous complaint.
On plainte sans nom.
Let la, oui. Ben, sa vin rive. Lem vin joun let la, koun ya m di, ben, ba m kampe sa until pou m joun a juj la pou m kon sa pou m fe.
Yes, I did receive the letter. Once I received the letter, I put a pause on this in order for me to see what happens until I can meet with the judge and find out what it is I have to do.
And Officer Clark, can you verify that this photograph on the screen depicts the work that was completed without a permit?
Et officier, est-ce qu'on peut confirmer que photo ça qu'il a écran a montré en violation qu'il a permis, qu'il a ticket?
Oui.
Yes, that is the west side of the property.
Oui, ça c'est bon au ouest propriétaire.
Oui.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll continue to show you pictures. Can you confirm that this is the fence that was installed without a permit?
Et m'a continué de montrer aux photos. Est-ce qu'on peut confirmer que ça c'est barrière là que t'es installé sans permis?
Oui.
Yes.
Yes.
Oui.
And did you perform a search of the city's records to see if there was any kind of permits on file or permits in process for this type of work?
Et est-ce qu'on t'a fait une recherche dans le dossier citoyen pour voir si aucun type de application pour un permis est sorti ou bien on t'a fait pour un permis pour installer barrière ça?
Non, pas chercher.
I checked it as recent as yesterday, February 10th, and there is still no permit application submitted or no permit issued at this time.
Et je cherche le dossier jusqu'à date hier là, qui c'est le 10 février, et il n'a pas montré qu'il n'y a aucune application pour permis qui était faite ou bien aucun permis qui est autorisé.
Non, pas de permis. But lem te vin ale de permis di papier an dim, faut travail la commencer fait nan squash pour yo wè tout bagay. So m'pa kon sa pou m'fè, m'a obligé camper m'attendre pour demander juge la pour moi ça pou m'fè.
No, I did not apply for a permit, but when I received the letter, I went to the city to seek a permit, but I was told since the work had started in a manner where I just kind of stopped everything until I could meet the judge and find out what it is that I have to do.
And Officer Clark, is installation of a wood fence or gate the type of work which would require a permit under the city's code?
Et officier Clark, est-ce que on barrière en bois comme ça, en bas code citoyen mandé que moun nan gon permis? Oui.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Racine, the city requires that you obtain an after-the-fact building permit for the work that has been done, or a building permit, I don't know which. But based on the testimony that I've heard, I'm going to deny your appeal and affirm the violation.
Madame Racine, type de travail wap faire, demandé que ou gagné un permis pour travail qui est fait après le fait ou bien un permis. Par contre, qui est ça d'ailleurs? À cause de ce témoignage que m'entendais, m'a obligé de rejeter l'appellation là et affirmer violation.
Me fait la même. Baka
What do-
continuer.
What do I have to do then? I cannot continue.
You can continue the work, you just need to pay the fine that was assessed for violation of the code.
Ou cap continuer, mais ou pas obligé de payer pénalité que tu as cessé à cause de violation code là.
You need to obtain a what? Yeah. Yeah, in order for you to be able to keep the fence or continue with the fence, you need a permit.
Pour continuer avec.
Or you can tear it down if you wish, but in order for that fence to stay there, it requires a permit.
Alors, pour continuer le travail là, mais pour garder barrière là côté lié, c'est pour t'appliquer pour un permis pour capable continuer avec un bel là ou bien au cap
Mr. Code Officer, can you just give the lady some information as to where she needs to go in order to apply for a building permit?
Monsieur officier, au cap guide d'amener information s'il te plaît, qui côté li le cap aller pour le cap appliquer puis obtenir un permis.
I would suggest, Racing, that you take photos of both sides and what you have there already, and go to the building department and let them know that you need to apply for an after-the-fact permit for the wood gate, and they will instruct you from there on the steps you need to take to ascertain a permit.
Madame Racine, me suggère qu'on prend photo de boyo et puis avec travail qui est déjà fait là et qu'on mène le département building department et qu'on applique pour un permis après le fait pour capable continuer à travailler puis même il y a bon instruction qui j'ai pour appliquer qui ça pour faire.
Ou bien m'ta allé, c'est samedi, non m'ta allé permis, yo dit m'fo, depuis m'gen violation, faut m'commencer à zéro.
Well, I went after the permit, but they told me that since I already have work started, that I have to start like from zero.
That's what the application said, so.
That's what the application said, so.
Well, I can't help you with regards to what the building department requires. Perhaps you need to contact a licensed general contractor to help you through it. But that's about as far as I can tell you. I don't know what else I can say say to you.
Bakap di au sujet de qui ça département building nan di ou, ça me suggère c'est pour ta prendre un contracteur général qui a une licence pour le capable bon instruire ou qui genre pour finir même pas vraiment cap di rien encore ba connait pour sujet building département.
All right, that's about as far as we can go. So we need to move on. If you have any other questions, you need to ask the building department. We can't help you figuring out what the next step is.
Alors ça c'est tout pour Kounia, nous va continuer plus long. Si vous avez aucune question, contactez building département, mais bah vraiment qu'à bien instruire déterminer qui ça pour faire après.
Okay. Mais combien de temps moi pour me finir faire ça?
Is there time you can give me for me to do that?
No, I've already found you in violation of the code, so the case is over. There's nothing more I can do.
Déjà déterminé comme j'ai une violation, alors pas gain vraiment encore rien qu'au cap fait dans le cas fini.
All right, let's move on to the next case.
Non, pas votre prochain cas.
The next case is Foster Leonard, estate of, case number CTMIS 2020-00006, property address 2025 Arch Creek Drive.
I have Jonah Brander here on behalf of this property. Jonah, if you would please unmute yourself and enable your video.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We just need you to enable your video so we can swear you in.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Brander, the city issued a violation based on a boat being used as a living quarter at your 2025 Arch Creek Drive address. You've appealed the violation. Tell me what the basis of your appeal is.
Well, I've never had any boat of any kind at the property, and the neighbor at 2035 stores many boats, and they have a houseboat at their property. Now, this property was purchased on December 1st, 2020, and since that time, there's never been any boat of any kind at the property. So I'm thinking this is an issue of assigning the wrong property to the violation.
Mistaken identity?
Correct.
All right. I know, Madam Code Officer, and I'm going to let the city attorney put on its case, but I did review some photographs of what appears to be the backyard of a property without a boat there. So why don't you explain what led you to cite this property and any evidence you have regarding the use of a boat for living facilities?
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. I was called on many occasions.
Yeah, let me first ask the city attorney's office to put you on as a witness to respond to the property owner's presentation.
You can state your name and job title for the record, officer.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami, Lead Code Officer.
Ms. Sanders, on March 12th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13284 as depicted on my screen?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is prior to the December 2020 purchase that has been previously testified to by Mr. Brander. This was in March of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
So the testimony you will be giving today will be for a period of time before Mr. Brander came into possession of this property.
Yes.
And what is the nature of this violation? Why did you issue this ticket?
I received a call on numerous occasions about a gentleman that was living on a boat. I, along with Marine Patrol officers, Gene Sosa and Guido and Dola, went out there on a couple of occasions. I myself have seen the gentleman on the boat. I have spoke to him at the property. He stated he lived at another property in North Miami, but indeed stated it was his boat. The property owner who had passed away gave him permission to have the boat there. He stated he wasn't living on the boat. He was more so repairing it. But on every occasion that I've been by there, he was on the boat, sleeping, resting, not doing what appeared to be maintenance work. But he was, resting and just relaxing on the boat every time we went out.
And does the city's code prohibit the occupation of a boat as a dwelling, even if it's on a temporary basis?
It does not.
It does prohibit?
It prohibits. It does not allow it. It does not allow it.
And in your interactions with the gentleman, did it appear to you that he was occupying this boat in violation of the city's code?
From my observation, I would say yes. Every time I went, he was not in any activity of repairing it. He was there, would appear to be resting or relaxing.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor, at this time.
Do you have any photographs of you said you went out there with the Marine Patrol folks. Do you have any photographs of the boat?
I'm sure there may be, I'm not sure. We could pull up what the ticket looks like. I apologize, it's been almost a year, so, you know.
Okay, while you're looking for the photographs, let me ask the city attorney's office to weigh in on whether or not violations of the code that pre-existed the transfer of title to a new buyer, whether those violations go forward with the transfer of the property to another owner.
So code violations do run with the land, meaning that even if the code violation existed at a time prior to the acquisition of the property, it does run with the land and it is inherited by the new buyer.
Okay, thank you. Did you find the photographs?
I'm searching here, Magistrate. Just give me a moment and see if there's photos attached to my system.
I'm pulling up what is with the agenda, Your Honor, but I'm finding what you're finding, photos without the boat. So I'll defer to the officer as to what she's able to physically get out of the case file for you.
For the ATCM? It appears as though the photos that Jennifer has are of the final inspection, Magistrate.
Yes.
I am searching the system to see if the officer had pictures dating back to the initial violation.
No, because the only one that was very blurry. It was, you know.
Okay, so there's no, the only photos that you're seeing are the photos that are of the final inspection.
Okay, let me hear again from the code officer as to the your observations. When did you go out with the Marine Patrol, and exactly what did you observe while you were out there?
When I went out on the boat, we observed a boat in the rear of the property. The picture that you have there, and I apologize, it's not the best one. That was provided to me by Marine Patrol. They went out early in the morning because they received a call that he was out there at that time. So, you know, it was a very early morning photo. But again, when I went out there, it was a gentleman on a boat, sitting, laying, resting. He came off the boat. We We met him in the front of the property. He spoke with us. When he spoke with me, he stated that he did not reside at the property. He was just storing the boat there. I then educated him as to not even having the boat being stored at the property if he wasn't residing there. He stated the woman who was the property owner had passed away and she had given him permission to. He stated again he was just repairing the boat. He would remove it within a couple of days. Within a couple of days, it was still there. We went back out maybe, a week or two later, still there. He was riding up the bike he was riding up the street on a bike. Spoke to him in the front of the property at that time. Stated again the boat was still there. At that time, he wouldn't allow me in the back, but he stated he would remove the boat within a couple of days, still there. So, again, every time I went, he was at the property on the boat, resting and not repairing it, as he stated he was doing.
Was anyone living on the property at the time?
It was another young couple. I knocked on the door a couple of times. They never engaged in much conversation with me. They had no relation with him from what they stated. It seemed as though it was a friend of the woman who passed away. They were, again, just allowing him to keep it there, but they were just doing it as a favor, but they didn't really have much contact with him.
Mr. Brander, you've heard the city's testimony, their evidence. Can you respond?
Yeah, well, first of all, I can't speak to what occurred prior to taking ownership of the property, which was again in December 1st, 2020. We did this story about someone resting on a boat, someone relaxing on a boat, someone sitting on a boat. How can I possibly refute any of that since, it was prior to my time taking possession? We don't have any evidence, visual evidence of someone living on the boat, which is what the violation states. What we do have evidence of is that February 5th picture of there being no boat, which is what I stated on the property. Also, I never received, when we did a title search, we never received any notice of any kind of pending violation. The notice that was received by me December 18th, which is after I took possession of the property. And I'm looking at the notice right now. It says nothing about this previous ticket. So it's kind of in this weird gray area where we had possession, didn't have any information about some potential older problem with the property. There's clearly no problem now. I think the right thing to do is just to dismiss this issue.
Did you, when you purchased the property, did you do a lien search?
Yes, we did. With the city.
There was nothing of record reflecting a violation when you did your title search?
No.
All right, I'm going to dismiss the violation. I'm going to affirm the appeal. That's it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
The next case on the agenda is Rachel Millard, case number CTMIS 2020-00011, property address 1145 Northeast 135 Street.
Emmanuel Millard, if you would please accept the invitation to enable your video and audio.
Hello? Hi.
Sounds like you might be using more than one device, so you're going to have to...
Yes, I'm going to turn off one.
Okay, if you would raise your right hand to be sworn in.
I'm sorry?
If you could raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, for the record, please state your full name and residence address.
Emmanuel Millian, 1145 Northeast 135th Street.
Okay, you have filed an appeal from a ticket based on a short-term rental. What is the basis for your appeal?
Well, yes, I've sent the property was already leased. I received that citation. And then, another thing is my property was advertised as a 3-month or more, not less than that. But somehow the city did not do the research to look through my listing to see if it was for more than 3 months. And that's why I received that citation.
Okay, so then the issue then becomes, did you advertise a short-term rental of your property, meaning a lease for a term of less than 3 months?
No, I did not.
No, well, that's the issue, whether you were advertising for 3 months or less than 3 months. Is that the issue?
The citation is for that issue. It was issued for less. It wasn't. It is.
Okay. You're telling me under oath that you're advertising, and that's all we're dealing with today. Advertising was for more than 3 months.
Yes.
Okay. Let me hear from the city then.
Your Honor, it was continued from the September 29th hearing agenda. At that time, the city presented evidence of a short-term rental ad, a listing of the gentleman's property on TripAdvisor.com. At that time, Your Honor had requested that this case be continued and that the property owner be allowed the opportunity to provide a lease because his argument was that the house was currently being leased for a period of more than 3 months. So in the packet, you'll see that there is provided by the property owner a lease for a period of more than 3 months. However, there is evidence that this ad does appear on a short-term rental site for the property. At this time, I'll defer to the code officer for any other information. Perhaps it is the tenant that is subleasing this property or attempting to sublease the property on a short-term rental basis.
All right. Let me hear from the code officer, and please point out to me where in the TripAdvisor ad is there a reference to a short-term rental, meaning one that is for less than 3 months.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. When this property was cited, it was because our in-house clerk is the one that does the research for short-term rental and submitted this to me because it's in my zone. At the time when I pulled up the advertisement, the property was being advertised. I don't see where it says that it's for more than 3 months. I issued the ticket, and as the city attorney mentioned, when we last heard it on September 29th, you tabled it to allow the property owner to submit a lease. So that is why we're here today.
Okay. And can you, just for the record, show me the lease once again? And who is the lease? Who are the parties to the lease?
The parties are identified as Rachel Millard as the landlord and Cynthia Augustine and Albafel Malecki as the tenant.
What is the date of the lease?
The lease would begin on July 1 of 2019 with a lease date ending on June 30th of 2020.
Okay. Are you satisfied that the lease that has been submitted to the city accurately reflects the terms and conditions that were entered into between the landlord and the tenant?
Yes. However, the city's not alleging that there was a short-term rental that occurred at the property. What the city has alleged in its civil violation ticket is that the property is being advertised as a short-term rental on a short-term rental website. So at this point, the city has to wonder whether or not the tenant, as oftentimes happens in short-term rental cases, is subleasing the property on a short-term rental basis by advertising on these short-term rental websites. The evidence that the city has presented is clear. It is being advertised on TripAdvisor.com, which is not a website where you would be looking for a long-term lease, and it is, catering towards vacationers that are coming to the Miami area on a short-term period. It is not apparent from this advertisement that this is a long-term lease advertisement. As such, that the city feels that this particular advertisement is in violation of the city's code, particularly section 5-30 of the city's code.
Okay, what is there on the record to show that the mere posting of an advertisement on TripAdvisor in and of itself represents advertisement for a short-term rental? Is that just the custom and practice, or is there some other evidence to reflect that once you post it on TripAdvisor, it's deemed to be for the purpose of advertising a short-term rental? Do you follow what I'm trying to establish?
Yes. Yes. Normally, we will ask our code officers to attempt to book on the website. We wouldn't just normally take the ad at face value. We would ask them to try to do an attempt to book for a weekend to make sure that it is offered as a short-term rental. So I'll at this time ask Officer Jean Lewis whether or not she just took a cursory screenshot of the ad, or she did further investigation to make sure it was being offered as a short-term rental.
I need to hear that.
As you stated, City Attorney, I did not attempt to book on the site, because most of the time when you attempt to do that, it requires a credit card or debit card information. So I didn't attempt to do that.
Correct. I wouldn't expect you to book the actual room, but when you put in the date, did it indicate that those dates were available, or did a pop-up come up and say this is only available for periods of 3 months or more?
I do not recall.
Who put the advertisement on TripAdvisor? Who placed the ad?
I placed the ad. I did, but I placed the ad for longer than 3 months, which is the city rule.
Okay, and you presented us with a lease for a year.
That's yes, but that's a long-term lease for 1 year.
Yeah, but that's one tenant. Have you had other tenants for less than a year?
No, there's this tenant right now. There's nothing. I mean, everything is scheduled. I'm sorry. Everything is advertised for 3 months, which I have the right to do it. This is what the city is asking for.
Okay, I'm asking you whether you have in the past advertised for a short-term rental and or rented your property for a short-term rental.
At the beginning, I did. As soon I found out the city asking for three months, then I switched everything.
Now you're not renting your whole house. You're renting.
I live in my house.
Yeah, you live in your house, and then you have like a little side.
Yes.
What do you call that?
That efficiency, which is
you have an efficiency, and you're not renting your house. You're renting the efficiency.
Yeah, and I'm renting it and a lease, a 1 year lease. I advertise it in case if my tenant is finished, I can have it to be rented for 3 months, and just in case.
Okay, this is where I'm going to ask the city to post the lease once again, so I can ask Mr. Millard a question. There's a provision in your lease that allows the tenant to opt out of the lease by paying a penalty, right?
For a penalty, or
you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I'm looking at the lease. Yes.
Well, it's further down. Wait, I can't see it. There's a provision that says that if the tenant wants to leave early, they can leave earlier if they pay a penalty. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, but this did not happen. My tenant did not leave early.
Can't find it right now, but I know it's there because I read it. Okay, so whoever the tenant was, I think it said that there's an $1,800 penalty if you leave early.
Yeah, but well, it could be, but my tenant did not leave early. My tenant did not leave early. My tenant stayed for the whole year.
Okay, sir, I'm going to, I'm going to accept your appeal, because I don't think the city put on enough evidence to convince me that you were advertising short-term rentals. However, having been very involved in this issue over many years in various cities, and having looked at your lease very carefully, I caution you that the city does not want that duplex of yours or efficiency to ever be used for short-term rentals.
Okay, Your Honor, can I say something?
Well, let me finish.
Yes.
Let me finish. Okay, the way that you have drafted the lease, it's a one-year lease, but there's an escape clause in there that I read that allows the tenant to leave early by paying you extra money, okay? To me, that's a very unusual provision in a lease, and it is designed to get around short-term rental laws. So I would caution you to be very careful about doing short-term rentals at that property. The lease must be for a minimum of 3 months, not 1 month, not 2 months, 3 months.
Yes, I'm absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. But please ask the city to go and check my listing to see if my listing is for 3 months or less, because I am advertising my property for more than 3 months.
Well, I would suggest that on your next advertisement, whether it's on this site or some other platform, that you make it very, very clear that it is not for a short-term, a weekend, a spring break.
No, not absolutely. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is for 3 months. All of them are for 3 months. They need
and for how many times a year can you do a 3-month lease, Ms. Warren?
Probably for
Ms. Warren?
three times.
I'm directing the question to the city attorney, sir.
If it were for a 3-month period, it would be 3 to 4 times a year max.
Okay, so, all right. That's so you understand, we understand each other. We're gonna make sure that whatever advertisements you put out there, they have to say that they're for more than 3 months. And when you present a lease for a year, it doesn't necessarily mean that you rented it for a year, okay? So, because a lot of people use those same leases to get around the law by saying it's a year, but then after 2 months, they get let out of the lease, and then it's a violation. So,
wasn't my case, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't believe the city presented enough evidence to sustain the violation, but I would encourage you to explicitly put on any advertising that the city provides that the lease has to be for more than 3 months.
Thank you.
Okay.
Keep it like this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next case.
The next 2 cases on the agenda are for the same property. La Mercy Dordale, case number CTMHS 2020-00012, and case number CTMHS 2020-00013. The property in question is 750 Northeast 141 Street.
Okay, I have a La Mercy LaFrance that I believe is here on behalf of the property. La Mercy, can you confirm that this is your case? I don't believe you registered with us. Is this your property? Can you confirm?
It's muted. We can't hear you.
Hello, good morning.
Now we can.
Can you confirm 750 Northeast 141 Street is your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in to give testimony.
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
La Merci La France d'Orville.
Okay.
750 Northeast 141 Street, North Miami, Florida 33161.
Okay. So we're going to hear the first case, which is a violation of the Florida Building Code for failing to provide electrical service. There is no electricity, or there was no electricity in the efficiency. How do you respond? What is the basis for your appeal?
Okay, the ladies with the efficiency, she tried to give me a lot of trouble, tried to beat me up. I'm too old for that. I'm 60 years old, and she always give me headache, Aggie. I never answer her because she tried to beat me. She tried to put me out in my property. And then I don't have no choice. I don't know, it was, she called police on me so many times. When the police came, police don't have no ideas why she called police on you, because you don't do nothing. The first day she called police. When the police came for the water, she said, like the water in the house. When I came, I don't see no water. Flood the toilet, no water. Nothing wrong. The police say, why you call police on her? And you don't talk to her, you call police. Police not coming for some reason like that.
All right. Let me stop you. I don't want you to keep going with, we need to get to the point.
Okay.
You're talking about the landlord or someone else? Who is this lady that you're talking about?
Micheline?
Someone that was in efficiency. I'm sorry, I'm her daughter.
Okay. You're the owner of the property?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the issue is, was there electricity and utility services on the property on the day in question or not?
There wasn't electricity in the whole property. I'm not sure why they placed the efficiency. I believe it was Karen Jean Lewis that came out. There wasn't any electricity on the whole property. My mom actually came up to reside with me in Miramar. And Miss, I don't remember her name. I think it was Jacqueline or something like that, who knew prior. So when I got the call that Miss Jean Lewis was there, there wasn't any electricity on the whole property. The cops had just came out the day prior. They did advise my mom to leave the home because my mom feared for her life. We have a police report as well. And till this day, my mom still stays with me in Miramar because we're still, this young lady is still in question, still comes out, threatens my mom. My mom is actually still residing with me here in Miramar.
Okay. I still don't get it. You have no electricity, right?
No. Well,
okay, it's your.
I have electricity now.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. When you were cited, there was no electricity.
No, sir. No.
Okay, and was there someone living there at the time while there was no electricity?
Well, we found out that day that Miss Jacqueline was still there, but she had just left maybe 2 or 3 days prior to that. So my mom, you was in there, Mom.
No.
Yeah. So when she got back there, that's when she found out that there wasn't any light. And that's when I believe she called the city of North Miami, but she wasn't there maybe 2 or 3 days prior to that. So when the day in question, was she there? Yes.
All right. Let me hear from the city at this point, and maybe they can clarify the facts a little bit because I'm a little confused as to what happened. So, Madam City Attorney, would you proceed?
Yes, if I can get the witness to please state your name for the record.
She said the witness.
Well, did you mean the code officer or?
Yes, the code officer is my witness.
Okay.
Good morning, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis.
And Officer Jean Lewis, on or about September 4th of 2020, did you issue ticket number 13788 to Lemercy Dorville?
Yes.
Are you able to confirm that the civil violation ticket that is depicted on the screen is the violation that you issued?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jean Lewis, is this the violation ticket that you issued?
Yes.
Okay. What is the nature of the violation for which you issued your ticket for?
The ticket was issued for failure to provide electrical service as required by the Florida Building Code.
And how did you find out about this particular violation?
I received a call from the North Miami Police Department.
And what were the details of that call?
When I originally received the call, it was in reference to a mother and child staying at the property in question with no electricity. I was provided with the tenant at the time. Her name was Jocelyn, with her name and phone number. I contacted her and met her at the property. And when we went through the rear efficiency, there was no electricity or running water at the time.
Okay, and did you take photographs of the efficiency at the time that you did your visit?
Yes, I took pictures and there was a video.
Can you confirm that these photographs were taken by you?
Yes.
And were you able to personally observe and verify that no electric on the day and time that you issued the ticket was available in the facility?
That is correct.
And the person that you made contact with, Jacqueline, she indicated that she was the tenant?
Yes.
And did she make any statements to you as to how long electrical service had been gone and what had led to the electrical service being removed?
I don't recall how long the electrical service was gone. From what she told me and what the police officers told me, there was like an ongoing issue between the landlord and the tenant. There was accusations of physical assault on both sides. The officers did advise both parties that that's a civil matter. I did speak with Rahima Golding from the building department to get further clarification on what the proper steps would be as far as the property not having any electricity. And she said, per the Florida Building Code, anyone that's leasing to a tenant has to provide, and they're the ones that provide the electricity, they have to have it on. At the time, I did make contact with the property owner's daughter because she received the call that I was at the property and she did meet me there. She did tell me that there was ongoing issues with her mom and the tenant, and that for safety of her mom, she had to move her mom out of the home, and that the property didn't have electricity or running water, and that she would not be turning it on. And the last conversation we had was that she needed to make contact with the courts to properly evict the tenant. But like I told her then, I can't force her to turn on the electricity, but per the code, the property needed to have electricity.
Did the tenant indicate that it was the landlord who had turned off the electricity, or did she indicate that there was some kind of electrical issue that was disrupting the service?
No, she indicated that the landlord turned off the power.
And did you personally observe any physical defects in the property which would have led to the electrical service being turned off, or did it appear that it could have been turned on at any time?
While I was there, the power was off. I did flip a couple switches. I had no access to a breaker box to see if maybe that's where the power was turned off. But after speaking to not only the tenant at the time, but also the property owner's daughter, who confirmed that the power was completely off, that is why I had to go ahead and issue the ticket, because there was no power at the property at the time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, just one brief question to the property owner. You heard the code officer testify that there was no power, there was no electricity to the property while there was a person residing there. Is that true or not?
Yes. Yes.
I see your mother nodding yes.
Yes.
And on that basis, and I thank you for being frank and honest with the special magistrate. On that basis, I'm going to deny the appeal and I'm going to affirm the violation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have another case. So thank you.
There's another case involving your property, and it's kind of related. Tell me why this is a separate violation from the first, or is it subsumed by the first violation? Is it one or multiple?
This one is for the water. There was no running water on the
All right, so one is for the electrical, one is for the water?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, are you allowed to issue more than one violation for the same code violation?
I believe she was citing under two different sections of the code, and so since she has cited each violation separately under two sections of the code, it is allowable.
Okay, these are two separate sections of the code that are allegedly being violated. I'm going to ask the property owner, do you admit that the water was also disconnected to the property in question while a tenant was residing there?
It's connected.
No, you want this to disconnect.
Yeah, it is disconnected. Yes.
All right, I'm going to deny the appeal and affirm the violation as to this separate code section regarding discontinuing of the water service to the premises. So on that, I'm going to deny the appeal as well. So we're ready to proceed to the next case.
Under new business for notices of violation, the first case is Stephanie Jean Pierre, case number RCCOR 2019-00017, property address 1245 Northwest 130 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
It does not appear that Ms. Jean Pierre is on the call. If you are on the call, Ms. Jean Pierre, under a different name, please click the raise hand feature so that I can acknowledge you. If someone is here on behalf of 1245 Northwest 130 Street, please raise your hand. I have, in order to be recognized for this case. At this time, I have a Tara Mullery. Tara, can you send me a chat to confirm you're here for this property?
She's here for a Dorset House.
Okay. So it doesn't appear Tara's here for that. I don't have any hands raised, and it does not appear Stephanie Jean Pierre is here on behalf of this case.
That's my case.
So, Special Magistrate, we're gonna, if it's okay with you, we're gonna go ahead and just skip this case and move on to the next. Perhaps she'll log in at a later time. The officer is requesting.
This is a reoccupancy certificate issue. You want me to table it?
Yeah,
okay, I think I previously somebody issued a violation previously on this one, I believe.
Yeah, she applied for the permit, so it's in the process.
Okay. All right, so Stephanie Jean Pierre, 1245 Northwest 130, you want me to table it?
Yeah, table it.
All right, so done. Table.
The next case on the agenda, there's two cases actually for this property, Dorset House Association Incorporated. The first case is CEGMP 2019-00142 and CESCN 2019-00003. The property address is 2500 Northeast 135 Street, and the officer is Shanna Sanders.
Magistrate Tara Murray on behalf of Dorset House. Sorry you cut off for a second when they were letting me in. I do have the structural engineer, Tana Holmled, and the licensed CAM manager, Hanny Levy.
Would you mind giving me those names one more time so I can recognize?
It's Tanya Holmled, Homleid, is the structural engineer, and Hanny, N.I. Levy, Levy, is our licensed cam.
I don't see either of those two here. If either of you are on the call, please click the raise hand feature so that I can recognize you.
I did also want to let you know that your chat function is disabled. When you had a moment ago, when you had asked me to see if I was here for the prior case, I tried to write you on the chat and it was not active.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll have to check on that. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any chats. I don't see either of those two individuals' hands raised, nor do I see the names.
Did you see hand raised a moment ago?
There's someone. She's
coming in under your name.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you state your name? Ma'am, can you state your name?
Hello? To me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Hani Levy. I'm the property manager.
For Dorset House?
For Dorset House, correct.
Okay. Okay, so, and then there were two other individuals.
It was just one, Tanya Homelide.
Okay. I don't see that name, so Tara, if you maybe want to send her a text, but we can move forward.
I can actually put with the hearing if Hanny, if you could mute yourself and give her a call, I'd appreciate it. This way we could not hold up the hearings for the magistrate.
Okay. So I'd like for everybody to identify yourselves and also tell me your association with the property. Ms. Mulray?
Sure. Tara Mulray. I am the attorney for Dorset House Association, Inc. It's located at 2500 Northeast 135th Street. Henny Levy is the licensed cam manager, and Tanya Homelide, who we're trying to get on the call, is the structural engineer who has done the inspection of the property and who has done the plans in order to get these violations cured and the process moving.
All right. It appears that this matter has been here before. I see that it's been tabled at least twice. I've seen the photographs. I'm going to ask the city to update me on what's happening with the necessary repairs of this unit, of this apartment building.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. I would really rely on the property manager or the attorney to give updates on it. From what I see, the property looks to be in the same condition. As you already stated, they asked for an extension. It's been tabled twice. So again, from my outside appearance, the property remains in the same condition. So I'll pass it over to them to give updates on what's going on and what's the status at this time.
Okay, let's deal first with the exposed rebar, which appears to be the more serious issue. What is, okay, we now have someone else joining us.
Yeah, that's Tanya Homelide and Sergio Fagundo with Optimus.
Do you want to swear in the other parties outside of the attorney?
Anyone that's going to testify should be sworn in.
Okay, so I have everyone under Tara Mulray on my screen, so I'm sorry. So everyone that's here on behalf of the property outside of the attorney, could you please raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Is she going to testify in the group? Okay. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the attorney to make a presentation, update me. I'm more concerned about the first violation, the exposed rebar. We'll deal with the other one later on the missing screens. But I need to see some progress. I need to know where we are and where we're headed. So you can ask your witnesses to explain, or you can do it yourself. It's up to you.
I'll go ahead and present, and then if we need clarification or you'd like more information, then we can go ahead and ask them to elaborate on the issue. We were in front of you on December 15th, and at that time we explained that this was an overall problem. This wasn't an isolated incident with one section of rebar or minimal repairs that need to be done. This is an entire structural concrete restoration that's going to be performed on the building itself and the parking garage. At that time, we had gotten to the stage where we had just engaged the services of the engineer. Between the last hearing and today, despite the pandemic and despite the holidays, we've actually had the entire report from the engineer along with the specifications, and we have sent out several bid packages to different contractors. At this time, we only have one bid. Pursuant to statute, we do have to get multiple bids. We don't have to get many, but we do have to get at least 3 in order to bid off of. The problem with those bids is that they're coming in pieces. So we get, the general contractor has several subcontractors that have to come out to the property, inspect it, and then formulate their bid and provide it to the association. So at this point, we do have one. We are actively trying to seek others. We have pieces from others, but we only have one complete. The association is taking steps. They're monitoring the property daily. They're walking it with the property manager, the maintenance people, just to make sure that none of those areas are causing concern or immediate danger. I believe from my communications with the property manager that a building code inspector has been out to the property just to make sure that you're, Mr. Magistrate, you ordered that if it needed to be red tagged. And at this point, they decided it hasn't, but we do need to make steps, and we are in the process. We had prior litigation with a company, or we have litigation with a company that was engaged to do all these things last year. We finally settled that yesterday because after being engaged in those services, they never performed any. So despite the litigation, the pandemic, everything else, we now have the engineer's report. The bid packages have been sent out. Progress is being made. And I know we're not at that case yet, but just to show good faith and how much the association is trying to come under compliance, any of the screens that don't have frame damage have been replaced. We were trying to wait until the concrete restoration, but we just, after speaking with the engineer, if we were just able to replace the screen, we did that. Unfortunately, there are still 4 units that the frame is damaged to where it would be impacted by the concrete restoration. So those are still outstanding.
Why are you having problems getting bids?
I think because of the magnitude of the work that needs to be done. It is a high rise and a parking garage. So I know that they've given, one subcontractor has given their portion of the bid for stucco. Another contractor has given, their subcontractor has given their portion of a bid for paint on one, but under one general contractor, I believe we only have one full bid.
And under Florida law, you're required to get multiple bids, even if you're dealing with a structural emergency problem. Can't you just go with a one bid?
We can't go with the one bid because technically, as the building is not crumbling beneath our eyes, it's not considered an emergency. And because it is over a certain amount of dollars, this is a multi-million-dollar project. We do have to get multiple bids pursuant to 718 in order to, and then have it approved by the membership. They're all going to have to be special assessed. We do have the loan for it, which was why it was tabled the first time. So now we have the loan. Then we've gotten the engineer at the second hearing. Now we've gotten one bid, but we do have to seek other bids. So we're continuing to make progress and trying to do minimal things, like replacing the screen to come under compliance, just as good faith to show the city that we are trying. We're moving it as fast as we can. Even with the inspections, the association was met with heavy resistance from the owners because we are during a pandemic. So when the engineer is trying to enter units to inspect the structural integrity of the concrete on the balconies and other things, a lot of people didn't want to let them in. We had to send several letters demanding, access to the units. It hasn't been an easy go around for the association, but we are trying to advance this as quick as possible.
Let me hear from the engineer as to, I'd like him or her to weigh in on the structural integrity of the concrete and the likelihood of injury or damage, property damage. What's going on with the rebar and the structure itself?
Right. So this is Tanya Homelight, I think, and Sergio Fagundo with our Optimus, with our office, Optimus Structural Design. Yeah, we did. Right. So we met during last hearing, and after that, shortly after that, we proceeded with our inspections. And what we did, unlike I think the previous companies, well, first of all, we know this building since 2005. You know, we did do some work there like about 15, 16 years ago. And when we came back in December, we decided to do a thorough assessment, meaning every unit, if we can, you know, to go to every balcony, to go through the garage, through the pool decks, everything that we can see, you know, and touch and assess like how bad is it, you know, the damages are, and reflect it on our drawings and specifications so that the bidders have a, you know, overall complete idea of what we're dealing with. We did not want to just issue like one drawing and typical details and leave it like open-ended so that somebody's going to come in with a low price, you know, and then later justify it with change orders. You know, we kind of wanted the bidders to understand that this is what we have. It's quite a bit, you know. And please come familiarize yourself as well. So Sergio here, Sergio Fagundo, he's also licensed professional engineer. We started inspections together, then he continued. He spent, I think, quite a few days at the property. And then after that, you know, we worked on our drawing. So our set is pretty extensive. You know, it is ready for permit submission once the bidder is selected, you know. And so what we saw there, there are some exposed rebars, there is some concrete spalling. I would say most of the areas were in the garage. Would you agree?
In the garage.
In the garage area, which is a two-story structure.
Can you identify yourself?
Sergio Fagundo, PE, licensed in Florida, also structural engineer, and an employee of Optimus Structural Design.
Yeah. Okay. So in the garage is built, structure is basically precast concrete joists and concrete slab between the joists. The joists, right, and the slab on grade on the ground. The joists were in good shape. It's correct. The 4-inch slab that had some spalling that we need
some of the edge beams.
Address. Some of the edge beams had some spalling, and some of the columns had some areas. But overall, we wouldn't say that it's right now it is a life safety issue. We do need to proceed with repairs, and that's what we discussed with property manager and the board. But we do not need to, how I tell you, to empty the garage or empty the residences. It's not to that point.
It's localized.
You know? Right.
I understand. I just want to know how far advanced are your engineering drawings before they're done?
They're completed.
Okay, so
we're waiting on it to submit the permits.
Okay, so when bidders bid, they already know what they're bidding on.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're ready, basically, once we have the bidder, right, and we select him, we're basically going to take whatever we produce, sign and seal, and submit it to the building department.
And you're gonna be getting a construction permit from the building department, correct?
Correct. Right, and we're also supposed to be inspecting during the repair process to make sure that whatever areas are, you know, showing signs of distress, that they're being repaired as per our drawings, that they're using, right, the materials that we specify, you know, and so on. That in the end of this job, we need to be able to sign off and state that all repairs were done as per drawings. And the building is safe for continuous occupancy. That's how
You're gonna be overseeing the construction. You're supervising the construction.
That's what our agreement is with the association.
Okay, and Ms. Mulray, you say you have a loan for the work?
Yes, the association has already procured the loan for the work.
And there's I won't get into the other details of that, but let me just say you've made progress. Now the question is, when do you see this work being done?
Well, I know that we're continuing to get the bids. I would request at least 3 to 4 weeks to allow all those bids to come in, because we also have to have a board meeting and potentially a membership vote on the bid itself for the approval. Then we would proceed with the permits. I'm not very familiar in the city's permitting process. I know it was taking a very long time at the beginning of the pandemic. I'm not sure if it's sped up now. The city attorney and the code enforcement officer might know better than I do the typical timeline between when the bid is submitted. When the permit is submitted to when it's issued.
Well, we have a very, very competent building official, and he runs a very tight ship. So I'm sure that he'll be happy to work through any issues that take place. But we do need to show some additional progress. You've convinced me that you're moving along. I know working with condominiums is difficult. You need assessments. You need people to cooperate. And you're right, it's not easy getting bids right now. But let me ask the city attorney, any recommendations that you can provide to move this along a bit faster?
At this point, Your Honor, the only option is to either postpone the case and allow additional time for compliance, or to ratify the fine in the case. I'll defer to Officer Sanders as to what her preference is, since this is her case.
There is no fine yet assessed, right? There hasn't been an adjudication on this?
That is correct.
Tabled twice.
Okay, it's been tabled twice. I'm going to table it one more time to April the 8th, abatement date. I'm going to table it to April the 8th, and if we're not in construction by April the 8th, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, and then the fines will start accruing. I'm not sure the bank would be very happy with that, or the association. But I think between now and April the 8th, a lot of good work can be done. And make sure you get your bids and move as quickly as you can. I'm giving you 2 months more. In the meantime, if there are some life safety issues that arise, you run the risk of either portion of the property or the entire property being red tagged by the building official, and I guess the building department will keep an eye on it after you file your permit, which I hope will be sooner rather than later. So April the 8th is a hard deadline to get construction underway.
I appreciate your consideration and the extension. The only issue that I foresee is if it was outside of my client's hands. Let's say the permits are issued or are submitted timely and there's a significant delay. We can't start construction without those permits being issued. My client is going to push this along as fast as possible to get the bids, the vote, the assessment, everything done. But should there be, to have a hard and fast April 8th construction might be started, I'm just worried because we are dealing with, I understand you're saying that the building department is very capable and that they run a tight ship. I am just concerned with the hard and fast date if we aren't able to get the permit by that time.
Yeah, well, we have to have a date, and I'm confident that if the city drops the ball and there's an unforeseen emergency or some other issue that comes up, you can bring that to my attention. But I don't. If you have the plans already drafted, maybe they'll be rejected the first time, maybe the second time, but by April 8th, we should have a much better situation as far as getting a permit, at least for initial work. It doesn't have to be, a permit to do the entire job at one time, but at least if you can get a partial permit to move forward, I'd like to see some progress. If there's an unreasonable delay, I'm sure you'll bring it to my attention.
Yes. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate the extension. We
All right.
Moving on both cases.
Yeah, since somebody did mention, can you update me on the screens and what's the issue with the screens?
Yes, there were several screens there were 12 screens that needed to be replaced. We were able to replace 8 of the screens. At the prior hearing, I had explained that in order to replace the screens, we needed to wait for the concrete restorations on the base of those. When the engineer inspected several of those units, I believe it was 8 of those units, we found out that without having to replace the concrete underneath where the frame is held, that they would be able to just replace the screen itself. And so those 8 screens have been replaced. The other 4 that we're still waiting on, we do have to remove the frame, which we would have to remove twice because of the concrete restoration that's going to have to be done on those areas. So, and then we have to also specially order the frames because the manufacturer is no longer producing those. So once the concrete is done on those 4 remaining, we will order the frame and have the frame and the screen replaced at the same time. So we've been able to comply with 8, but there are still 4 units that do not have the.
Have you ordered the other 4 from the manufacturer?
I believe that the property manager can update you better, but based on my conversation with her, they were in the process of trying to find where they can order those because they're no longer massively produced. But Hanny, could you elaborate a little bit on that for the magistrate?
Sure. So in regard to the screen, as of today, this morning that I got an update before the court hearing, everything been done. Of course, I had some resistance from the owners due to the COVID. They did not allow me in. I actually have a copy of letter that I sent attached with the violation of the city to all the owners, that I have to comply and do my part. Thank God that everything been done as far as the screen is all resolved. Now, the problem I'm having is those frame that those are existing since the property has been built. And every single manufacturer that I called, unable to create me those frame. So I probably will have to take the different approach and probably contact somebody that does welding and weld those missing frame to put those screens that missing. So that's our next step if we will absolutely exhaust our resource.
All right, don't wait till the last minute. I know that manufacturing screens and windows and doors is difficult right now, but get started early.
Your Honor, I can tell you that this has been a long process, and I'm working every day. I think way more above than my contract on this project. I promise you that.
Okay, keep
We
working.
all are doing it.
All right, so I'll hear from you on the screens when we talk about the concrete and the rebar on April the 8th, okay? I realize you don't want a hard and fast date, but that's going to be the date when, if I don't see significant progress on that date, the fines will start accruing, okay? So you got to move fast.
And just aside, because these aren't hearings that I typically handle, Ms. Saunders, do we need to regularly update you to keep you on the loop with things as they happen, or do we just wait to speak with you again on the April 8th?
No, you can update me in the meantime.
Okay. I have email for other cases, so we'll just go ahead and just send you regular updates as things progress.
Yeah, keep the city notified, and if you're running into any issues with the building department, let the code officer know. She may be able to assist.
Thank you so much, everyone, and we will see you on the 8th.
All right, good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Juan Reese and wife Carmen, case number CEGMP 2020-00035. The property address is 13700 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Erin Barber is the officer.
Lourdes, I am enabling your audio and video. If you would just please accept the invitation so that we can swear you in. Hi, Lourdes, can you accept the video and audio invitation, please? Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I'm at work. Hold on a second.
All right, let's swear you in.
I'm trying to just get somewhere where I can not be disturbed. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm in my lunchroom.
Can you raise your right hand so you can be sworn in, please?
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
State your name, address, and your relationship to the property.
My name is Lourdes Ruiz. The address is 13700 Northwest 3rd Avenue. And I'm actually the daughter of the owners. I live at that address, but I'm not currently living there because there's some stuff that we have to fix.
All right, and Juan and Carmen are your parents?
Yes, my parents are in Puerto Rico. They're actually stuck there. They flew there like maybe a year or two ago, and since then they got super sick. They can't fly back over here. So we've been having issues with a lot of things, trying to just get the property fixed in general because they're not here.
All right. You say you're staying at the property or you're not staying at the property?
Okay, so my parents, before they went to Puerto Rico, I had moved into that property. So they told me, just pay the property taxes, take care of the property, whatever. And, I was just living there. But then there was a roof leak. And after the last hurricane, the roof actually caved in. Since then, we haven't been able to live there. And then since then, we have been trying to get roofers or help in general because, I don't have any money. My parents don't really have any money. So, but the problem is that because they're not physically here, no roofer has been willing to assist me or anything because they're not here to say, yeah, it's okay. So when I got the violation about the side things, I don't even know what it's called, but when I got that violation, I was not there. I live across the street at my parents' other property, which is like directly in the front in 295 Opa-locka Boulevard. At the time, on January 5th, I was diagnosed with COVID. So I had COVID, my husband had COVID, my kids had COVID. So by the time we saw the letter, I was in bed. I couldn't do anything about it. My husband couldn't really do anything about it because he's taking care of us. So I called the girl, the person, the officer that was on the letter. And I called her and I told them, I'm so sorry. Can I get an extension? I've had COVID this whole entire time. I literally just started work this week. This is like my first week back at work. So I just need some time just to fix it because between COVID and everything else, we haven't been able to do anything.
Okay. So you admit that there are some violations currently with the property, maintenance issues, the roof, soffit, fascia, board, etc. You understand that those issues violate the city code, right?
Well, the thing is I haven't been there in so long myself. My husband goes over there to check the mail, cut the grass, make sure the grass is cut and all that stuff. I didn't I hadn't even noticed that there was anything wrong with the fascia, whatever they called, whatever it is. I didn't even realize there was anything wrong with it. Like, it didn't occur to me or cross my mind that we would have to paint that or anything like that. We were just upkeeping with the property as much as we possibly could until my parents could finally fly over here so that we can get a roofer to fix the roof.
All right, so let me ask you this, and I understand all the problems that you've gone through, and I'm sorry and certainly wish you speedy recovery, all of you. But is there a timeline? Are you you're asking for time? How much time do you need?
I need at least, because the thing is, I literally just started back work. My husband hasn't been working because of COVID, because what he used to do was like advertisements and stuff, and they haven't been getting work because of COVID. So he's basically home all day, and then I'm the only one working. I used to do this job and I used to do Lyft, and I haven't been able to do Lyft because of COVID also. So I'm the only one working. I literally just got a paycheck today, but since it's only like, it was like what was left over basically of my PTO and sick leave is basically what I got, which was practically nothing. So I need at least 1 or 2 more paychecks so that I can try to catch up to everything, since I hadn't been working that whole entire week, just so that I can go buy the paint and stuff so that we could fix that whatever thing is.
All right, I'm gonna have the code officer show you pictures of what needs to be done, so that we're all on the same page as to what the code requires. So why don't we let the code officer explain what brings us here?
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Yes, during a routine inspection, I noted that, you want me to pull them up? Or?
No, she's pulling them up.
Okay. I did notice I was unaware of the extent of the condition of the roof, but I did notice that the soffit and the fascia board at the home, some areas were very much deteriorated. Other areas just appeared to need to be repainted. So
See the screen on the monitor again.
okay, okay, and the photos.
Yeah, there's some photos.
Yes, and you can see from the photos the fascia and the soffit around the front of the house. And this is on the north side of the house, on the side of the garage.
That's
the garage.
The soffit area.
So that needs to be painted or scraped?
Scraped and painted, and that one section of soffit needs to be repaired. The wood is rotten.
The resident is saying that the entire roof is.
Yeah, that's actually that side
I
of
was
the
unaware of that. Yeah, I was unaware of the extent.
Do you see, ma'am? Do you see where the problem is?
Yeah, I see it. It's just like I said, I barely look over there, so it's like I didn't even realize that all that needed to be.
And if you're telling me that the roof collapsed, then obviously we're talking about much more serious issues.
Well, the inside, like it didn't like collapse. I'm saying like when it leaks and that on the inside, the wall itself, like the little sheetrock or whatever, that broke down. The sheetrock broke down. So it's not like it's covered. There's still a roof there. It's just that it's still leaking, and it leaks so much in the living room that we haven't been able to stay there. I can't stay there with my kids or anything like that because my daughter has like a lot of allergies and stuff.
Special Magistrate,
yes.
I would ask that, the city would be okay with giving her, I would say 90 days at this point, and let's kind of revisit and see what she's been able to do given the circumstances.
Yeah, I was going to do that because
I would only just ask that if she could properly cover the roof in the meantime, at a minimum, until she's able to get it.
You mean like a tarp on the roof? Yeah, in order to preserve the integrity of the house, avoid further damage and leaks and things of that nature, at the very minimum, you should be able to get someone to put up a tarp, one of those blue things that people put up after a hurricane. At least, part of the roof should be covered so that it is not further exposed to the elements. I'm going to ask you to do that. And at the same time, I'm sensitive to all the financial and health issues that you've raised. As long as you go ahead and protect the property from any further deterioration, further damage, I'm going to table this for 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
Are you okay with that? Are you okay with putting up a tarp?
I'm gonna see what we can do because I know that, like I said, we had to leave. We're not far. We're literally like across the street. And my husband's the one that's been trying to do the most upkeep on the house. Like he cuts the grass. He tries to make sure there's no trash anywhere or anything like that. So he's the one that mostly does it. So I'm gonna see if he can figure out how to get a tarp up there because we did have something up there like covering it, but it kind of like, I guess with the sun and with the rain, obviously it deteriorated and it kind of fell off when we took it off because it looked like a mess. So I guess we'll just have to tarp it again.
All right,
I'm trying to see if I can do something with my father so that we can at least put.
Let me just add one other thing. Let me just add one other thing. If you have to replace the roof, that's going to take time and money. But at the very minimum, you should be looking to see if you can paint. I don't think painting is that expensive. At least paint the areas that need paint. I think you could probably have your husband do that himself.
Yeah.
At least show some progress, make the house look better.
Yeah, that he said he can paint it. It was just that by the time we noticed the thing, we were all sick, so we couldn't go anywhere. Like they were fine in the most part, but they were positive. I was the one that was in bed all day, and my husband couldn't really leave me because he had to basically carry me everywhere because I couldn't even get out of bed.
All right, between now and 90 days from now, let's see how much work you're able to do.
Okay, not a problem.
Right.
Thank you.
See you then.
All right, bye.
All right.
The next case is Susan Hygen, case number RCCOR 2019-00026. This case was previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 12th of 2020, and the fine was set at $250. The property address is 2500 Northeast 135 Street.
Hi, Susan. Okay, great. We're going to swear you all in.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. This case has been here before. You've been adjudicated guilty, and fines have been set at $250. The issue here is a reoccupancy certificate. I believe that you wrote a letter to the city recently. Why don't you tell me where you are in terms of getting the reoccupancy certificate?
Yes.
Let me hear from the property owner.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like my husband to participate in this hearing and to tell you what is about the property in progress.
Yeah, I could give you a current status if that's okay. So we have spoken about this before. We had two issues initially. One involved permitting for a renovation, and the second involves the reoccupancy certificate. The renovation that was the subject of the first issue is we're making very good progress on that. We have all of our permits. We've passed rough electrical. We have a building inspection tomorrow, and that work is going very well. My understanding was, when we spoke about it before, that we would wait on the reoccupancy inspection until that renovation work was done.
That's correct.
So that
we just need a status where you are to that. Basically, you just give us that. So basically, once the renovation is finished, then we need to apply for the reoccupancy. Then I come to the inspection.
we understand.
I believe I read did you write a letter to the city?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, was there a comment that you were having some issues with the building department? Did you run into a problem?
No, we did not. No, we had only asked for an extension of time. It was more contractor related.
Okay, so how much more time do you think you'll need in order to get the renovation permitted and done?
Well, it is fully permitted at this point, and we've already had 2 of the inspections. So I believe.
I meant the final CO.
Yeah, the final. I would estimate 2 months for that. We have cabinets, countertop, and plumbing remaining.
Which inspector? What inspection is being carried out tomorrow?
That would be building for sheetrock work in the kitchen.
And then what else? What else is next?
I'm a little unfamiliar with that process, but I believe at that point we can put our cabinets in, do the countertop, do the plumbing work. And I think at that point it would be final for everything.
This is all interior work?
Yes.
Okay.
April 8th, you can push it to April 8th.
All right, we're going to table this to April 8th. Hopefully by then we will be almost finished with this case. So just keep moving it along. And if you run into any issue, please call the code officer.
Okay, thank you very much. Understood.
Okay, you're welcome.
There are 2 items on the agenda for the next customer, Gina A. Vargas. The first case is MHVIO 2019-00360, which was previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The second case was Gina A. Vargas, RCCOR 2019-00041. It was also previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 13560 Northwest 2nd Avenue.
Can you swear to that, Clark?
Can you please raise your hands? Good morning. Your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name, street address, and your relationship to the property.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Giancarlo Moscoso, and she is Gina Vargas. This is related to 13560 Northwest 2nd Avenue, North Miami, Florida.
All right, on the first case, there is a prior adjudication. I signed an order to comply. It deals with permits, necessary permits for alterations and renovations of kitchens.
That one is compliant.
Okay, so there's compliance with that one. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the next one is the reoccupancy certificate. Okay, so what's preventing you from obtaining a reoccupancy certificate?
Your Honor, at the moment, we're currently trying to close out the building permit for all the after the fact work that was done to the house we purchased. We have already done some inspections that were conducted The first one was 2 days ago, and the last two were yesterday, to which we received some remarks that need to be observations by the inspectors that need to be taken care of before the permits can be closed and fully sealed, so we can move forward. It is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Beswick, once I close this, then I can go ahead and apply for the certificate of recompetency inspection.
That's correct.
Correct.
Right. So how much time do you think that'll take?
Well, I'm doing everything I can to the best of my abilities and also to the best of my financial possibilities at the moment, because I have to do some electrical modifications to my electric panels besides some other installations, and getting some engineering certificates or letters that were requested by the inspectors, which required, it's going to take me at least a few thousands of dollars, which I don't have at the moment, but I'm trying to get this sorted out. So my question to you, Your Honor, and to Mr. Beswick is what would be a good estimate of time in which I can go ahead and comply with this request?
Well, basically, being the fact that the permit is issued, which is a major hurdle, and inspection is started, I think we can push it for the April 8th to have an update, see for the reach.
All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to hear back on April 8th. Hopefully by then the whole thing will be resolved.
Excellent. I appreciate your help.
Just put that on your calendar. By April 8th, I'd like everything to be finished.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Have a good day.
The next case on the agenda is Glenn Have, case number RCCOR 2019-00038. This case was previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 1533 Northeast 131 Lane. Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Good morning. Your right hand.
The other hand.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name, address, and relationship to the property.
Stephanie Have, 1533 Northeast 131 Lane, owner of the property. Co-owner.
Who's Glenn?
My husband. Other co-owner.
Okay. So the reason we're here again is because there is an order to comply that was issued late last year for failing to have a reoccupancy certificate. Tell me why we don't have a reoccupancy certificate as of this date.
Can I interject? Just give us an update on the permit and the status of the permit, because the after the fact was applied for, but as your husband know, you can't get the inspection until you pass final inspection and the renovation that's taking place. So give us an update on where you're at with renovation.
The electric should be able to be inspected by next week. We passed the plumbing. So basically once that electric is done, then we need to add the doors into the plans, which we were notified of during one of the inspections. So that would be the final steps. Get the electric passed and add the doors to the plans to close out the permit.
Okay, so we push it back to April 8th as well.
Okay, we'll do the same as we did in the last couple of cases, in mindful that, you are in the process of doing the work, and you need a little bit more time. We'll give you till April the 8th to complete the work and obtain a reoccupancy certificate. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
The next case is Efrain Santibanez, case number RCCOR 2018-00031. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 11 of 2019. The fine set was $150. The property address is 13375 Northeast 4th Avenue.
All right, Efren, I've given you audio and video access. Please enable your video and audio. Thank you.
Carolina, ven acá un momento, no sé qué pasa aquí.
Can we get
You're good. We can hear you.
Can we get the Spanish interpreter to also enable audio and video to assist?
Yeah.
Oh, necesito intérprete. Hola.
Hola.
Hola, buenos días. Por favor, puede quitarse la mascarilla para escucharle mejor. Gracias.
We're going to swear the respondent in.
Por favor, levante la mano derecha para tomarle juramento.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad. Lo jura ante Dios. Responda, juro.
Yeah, juro. I do.
I do. Okay.
Sir, you're here based on a violation that the city issued for failing to have a reoccupancy certificate. You were required to resolve the issue by December 11th with a fine of $150. Do you understand that?
El señor está hoy día aquí porque usted debía haber sacado un certificado de reocupación y era para diciembre del 2000, para el diciembre del 2000 del año pasado, y era en
December of 2019.
Oh, 2019, thank you.
Right? Is that the correct date?
Diciembre del 2019, y había una multa que iba a ser de $150. ¿Lo entiende?
Okay.
Okay.
So basically what we need is, did he get the permit? Because the last time it still showed it was pending. Did he get a permit and call for inspections?
¿Consiguió el permiso? Porque la última vez estaba pendiente. ¿Lo consiguió?
Sí, ya hice todos los permisos. De hecho, ya tengo 3 inspecciones han pasado. La de plomería, la de electricidad y la de aire acondicionado. Solamente me está pendiente la de building. Y el contratista supuestamente hablé con él hoy, la iba a pedir para mañana la inspección de building, que es la única que me falta.
Un momento, por favor. Yes, I have all the permits and also the inspections done for the plumbing, electricity, air conditioning. Only the one that is pending is the building.
Ask him if he's scheduled it already.
I'm sorry again?
He scheduled the building inspection.
¿Usted ya tiene una fecha para la inspección del building?
Bueno, hablé con el contratista hoy, él iba a pedir para mañana. No sé si estará, supuestamente me dijo que la iba a pedir para mañana.
The contractor told me that is going. The contractor.
Okay, great. Informing that he need to apply for the reinspection for the reoccupancy certificate.
Usted tiene que solicitar otra vez ese certificado de reocupación.
Pero tengo que esperar que pase la inspección de building, right?
But first, I have to pass the building inspection, right?
Let me try to facilitate. Once you pass all of your inspections and the building department gives you a certificate of occupancy, then you have to apply for a different permit, which is a reoccupancy certificate. That's different from the building department.
The same department.
It's the same department, but it's a different permit.
Una vez que todos los permisos y los trabajos hayan sido hechos, entonces usted tiene que solicitar un permiso que es diferente, un permiso de reocupación que es diferente.
Yes, sir. Do you understand that?
No entendí, no escuché.
Interpreter, ask him if he understands that.
Yeah. Bueno, I'm going to repeat. Una vez que usted haya obtenido todos los permisos hayan sido hechos y hayan sido completados, entonces después tiene que pedir otra vez otro permiso, que es un permiso que es diferente al anterior, dice el juez. ¿Qué understands?
Okay.
And it's also with the building department.
Y eso es con el departamento de construcción, que es el Building Department.
Okay.
Okay?
If you have any questions, you can call the code officer, and he will explain it to you.
Tell him it's $50 money order, cashier check.
Si le
It's
queda,
let him finish that.
si tiene alguna pregunta, usted siempre puede comunicarse con el oficial de que se ocupa de su caso y él le puede clarificar.
And the cost of the reoccupancy certificate is $50.
Y es el costo para ese certificado de reocupación cuesta $50.
Cashier check or money order.
Money order, okay.
No cash.
Tenemos que esperar por
So, básicamente, tengo que esperar por la inspección cuando pase de building y la building department y solicitar el permiso de reocupancy, right?
Basically, I have to finish with the building issue and then request that that certificate for reoccupancy, right?
Right, and no check, no cash.
Okay.
A cashier's check.
Y tiene que ser cheque de cajero, no cheque, no efectivo, cheque de cajero.
Otra pregunta, después que yo pida esa, no sé qué es una inspección, ¿tendrían que venir de nuevo a inspeccionar de nuevo o ya? Solamente esta de building es la última.
One question. Once I get that done, do I have to come here again or that will be the end of it? Ahí termina, nada más.
Oh, okay. Solamente con la de building.
Solamente con, only with the building, right?
Okay.
Sí.
Okay, that's it. Next case.
Siguiente caso.
The next case on the agenda is Lewis Charles, case number CEWWC 2019-00111. Previously adjudicated, the abatement date was March 11th of 2020. The fine set was $250. The property address is 12350 Northwest 13th Avenue.
Hi, Micheline, if you can enable your video and audio so we can swear you in. If you can just enable your audio.
Hello? Hello, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in?
We'll both raise our hands.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your full name and address.
My name is Steve Charles. This is my mother. She owns the property. I'm here to assist her, and I also happen to be an attorney.
Okay. Good. And your mother's name is?
Micheline Louis Charles.
Okay. You're here because the city has issued a violation based on a roof problem. There apparently was a blue tarp on the roof. The matter has come before the city before, and there is an order to abate the violation by March 11th of last year, almost a year ago, and a fine of $250 has been set. So we need you to tell us why your property is still out of compliance.
Okay. May I answer that question, please?
Absolutely.
The roof has been damaged by Hurricane Irma back in 2018, I believe, or so. There's significant rain. If there's no tarp there, rain would flood the entire house, which is why it's there. And it's currently in litigation against Citizens Property Insurance Company. And litigation has been going since August of 2019. We have a deposition that's scheduled with the corporate representative of Citizens Insurance, and we suspect that it will be set for a mediation shortly following. So I would say litigation in this case would continue. Should continue about another 6 months, and the courts have slowed down due to the pandemic as well, which is another issue in this case.
Typically, we don't consider pending litigation, particularly when it involves claims against insurance carriers.
Right.
I appreciate the fact that the case apparently is moving along. There is no mediation schedule?
No, not as yet, but it shouldn't be too long until one is.
What is the amount of the claim filed with Citizens?
Okay.
No, they don't tell me. No.
We're unsure, but I'm not the attorney on the case. And
yeah, well, how far apart are you in terms of settling that case?
If you want me to put them,
we can get the attorney on the phone if you'd like. Can you give us a moment?
No. My thinking is that whatever happens in litigation really doesn't affect the city's right to insist that your property be in compliance. So have you obtained estimates of what the cost of fixing the roof would be?
Yes, I have two estimates. One is $15,000. The other one is $20,000, and I have one for $16,000. But I'm waiting for the insurance to move. They don't move so far.
Yeah, well, we're not going to wait until that case is over because, number one, it could take another year, and you may not get the results that you expect. And so whether you get a recovery from Citizens or not, the roof needs to be fixed. So we've given you plenty of time. I'd like to hear from the city and ask what their recommendation is with regards to the with regards to the violation.
I talked to my son. I want to do as an attorney himself, and I asked him, "Can I do the roof by myself?" Then when Citizen give me the money, and then I replace that. And he said, no, it's a bad idea. If I do that,
if she attempts to pay for the roof itself, to repair the roof itself, that would destroy the case against Citizens. That's the issue we're having.
I don't agree, and I do a lot of litigation, or used to anyway, and a lot of first party insurance work. If they deny coverage, once they have the information that they need in order to properly adjust a case, the law does not prevent you from fixing the problem once you've given the insurance company the opportunity to do all the necessary inspections.
Okay.
So I would check with your attorney. And I would, I'm not going to give you legal advice, but there are ways for you to be able to get the repairs done without prejudicing your case.
Okay.
As long as the insurance company is given an opportunity to do whatever assessment is necessary, you cannot be forced to be living under those conditions. My assessment of the case is that you should, if you have the money, you should go ahead and fix the roof. And whether you have the money or don't have the money, the city must ensure that the violation be cured. And you've already incurred quite a bit of money in fines. And the longer it takes, the more fines you're going to be subjected to.
How much are the fines?
Sorry?
How much are the fines?
I don't have the exact amount, but you've been accruing fines of $250 since the abatement date of February 4th of 2021. So
This case, yeah, this was only.
I'm sorry. I was looking at a different case.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at a different case. Sorry. This is not, there hasn't been a prior adjudication?
There was an adjudication to abate by March 11th.
March 11th of 2020.
At $250, but it hadn't been ratified.
Okay.
So we brought it here today.
All right. So what is your recommendation?
I would leave it up to the code powers that be for the department.
The powers that be?
Exactly.
Magistrate, it's on you.
It's on me?
It's on you, sir.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Yes.
You go check with your attorney and make sure that fixing the roof will not prejudice your case. All right, number one. Number two, I'd like to know how far apart you are with Citizens. If there's a demand and what is the offer, and when you can schedule this as quickly as possible for mediation. Citizens will always be happy to mediate a case, and I would encourage you to schedule a mediation with them as soon as possible. And so I want answers by, and also I'd like you to start looking at these bids that have been given to you.
Yes.
And start getting ready to move to get the roof fixed with one of those bidders. At least have a preliminary contract in place with somebody to start fixing the roof. And I want to hear back from you on April the 8th.
April 8th. Okay.
Right.
How do I contact you, sir?
Well, you contact the code officer.
Well, you'll be noticed for another hearing.
You'll get a notice to come back and speak with me on April the 8th.
Very good. Thank you.
So that we're clear, talk to your lawyer, make sure you can fix the roof, ask for mediation, and give me the information as to what the difference is between the offer and the demand, and start getting ready to get somebody on a bid, at least a preliminary contract to get going on the roof.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
The next case on the agenda is William D. Garcia, case number RCCOR 2019-00045, property address 130 Northeast 128 Terrace. Gary Beswick is the officer.
I have Todd Ratliff here on behalf of this case. Mr. Ratliff, if you would enable your video and audio to be sworn in so that we can proceed.
William Garcia.
Good morning. Good morning. There we are. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. So you're not William Garcia, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I am the contractor.
Okay. And you're a general contractor?
Yes. I represent ECL Builders.
Okay, and you've been retained by William Garcia to do some work on the property?
That is correct.
The property owner is here, magistrate. Let me give him access. I apologize. Mr. Garcia, if you could enable your video and audio, and so we can swear you in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. Good to see you. So you're the property owner?
Yes, sir. I was trying to write, but the chat was not letting me write.
We heard that before. We don't like chatting with people. Anyway, what's going on with your reoccupancy certificate?
Well, can we swear him in first, ma'am?
Okay, let's swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
What's happening with the reoccupancy certificate?
Okay, so everything started last year when I tried to request another permit. So they told me, hey, you need an occupancy report. I was like, I have no idea what is an occupancy report. No one told me about this. And that was when I bought the house. So as soon as they told me that I needed that report, the next day I filed the request so the officer can come to my house and they can see what is it that I need. So they came and they told me that I needed permits for the windows, which I had no idea that they changed the windows. I bought the house like that. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I think for the bathrooms, which again, I have no idea that I needed that. In the lien search of the house, there was absolutely nothing that said that they have done this work in the past. And I also try to call the closing agency so they can tell me why they didn't tell me that I needed an occupancy report for this. And the only thing that they were doing is just passing the ball around. Like they were like, no, this is not our fault. This is the realtor's fault. The realtor said, okay, I have nothing. I just sold the house. Is basically the closing agent. So bottom line to this, I started to look for, because I asked if I could do it myself. They told me, no, you need a contractor. So I started looking for different contractors, and then I hired Todd from Status. And I believe that he has submitted some documents. Todd, if you can please tell them the documents that has been submitted.
As soon as they're ready, I'll bring them up to date.
Okay, let me slow you down, okay? This has nothing to do with any liens that a closing agent would ever find. This is a code section in the city. The city is...
Just for clarification, Mr. Garcia,
okay.
When the title company did the lien search, the city notified them that they need a reoccupancy certificate. So the title company was informed of it. That's a fact.
Yeah, but even if even if not, somebody advising you, whether it's an attorney, a closing agent, or someone else, would have to know that the city requires a reoccupancy certificate for the very same reason that we found out, or the city found out, that the windows had been installed without a permit.
I think that the city found out because I went over there and I told them to come to my house and do the inspection.
Because that it's required that the city do an inspection before transferring title.
Okay.
All right, so now what are we going to do to fix that problem?
Can I jump?
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
Let me jump in and give you the backstory on this. I met Mr. Garcia actually while I was pulling another permit at the city of North Miami when he had just gotten blindsided on this. He bought the house, not realizing that the seller had done all this work and had done it without permit, and he's made every effort to try to comply. We've submitted plans. We have submitted application. I've been working with the city. We updated our NOAs that we had to find on the city. I had to find for the submission. I spoke to Joel over at Structural yesterday regarding the code worthiness of the windows that are currently in place. There may be an egress situation with the three bedroom windows that are installed by the seller, and so we're doing everything to bring this to correction so that he can, in fact, then apply for his reoccupancy inspection. He can't do that until he's in compliance, as I understand.
Also, just so you know, because I did spoke to Mr. Garcia, the only permit that's been submitted for is for the windows, but you also need permit for the kitchen and bathrooms.
In and after the fact permit, when I spoke to the city, and I actually spoke to you one day outside, in an after the fact permit, which is what we've submitted, I don't know what has been done in kitchen and bathrooms. We have no knowledge of that. He bought this house as is. So what? And we're glad to comply. What do you need me to do in an after the fact permit for what we don't know, other than what's exposed in the reoccupancy inspection?
As I told him, on the denial, it was denial for the renovation. Basically, was the kitchen, the bathrooms, and the windows that was installed without permits. So you need after the fact permits for all those items, so the city inspectors can go do an inspection to make sure everything's up to code.
Okay, so additionally, we'll apply for an electrical and a plumbing after the fact without drawing because we don't know what's there.
You need building, electrical, and plumbing.
Okay, but no drawing because we don't know what was done, if anything.
You need an as-built, you need a drawing, not necessarily from an architect, but you need a sketch showing where what.
Okay. No problem. On the plans we stated windows only, no electrical and plumbing. So now we'll do a revision for electrical and plumbing, and I'll do an as-built for those as well.
Well, I'm a little bit concerned about your comment regarding the bedroom windows.
Well, when I talked to me too, because we had submitted dimensions. They had asked for revision at the city. We had submitted all the dimensions. That's what they asked for, and updated NOAs. And I asked for I talked to building yesterday, and he had Joel at Structural call me back yesterday morning. And when Joel looked at those, and he's looking at plans only and the NOAs, he says, "Are these egress windows?" I said, "I don't know if they are or not." And so Mr. Garcia sent me down pictures. They appear to be single hung windows. And so if they are, and we need either casement or double hung windows for code egress, then we'll have to address those as being replaced.
You've been to the property?
I'm sorry?
You've been to the property?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Have you been to the property?
Yes, I have been to the property. For the initial dimensions as we submitted that, and have submitted the as-built as it is with the dimensions that are currently there.
The reason I asked if you've been to the property, because you stated that you didn't know if they met egress, and if you're a contractor, you should have known if they met egress or not. That's why I asked the question.
I'm a general contractor. I'm not a window contractor. I did not catch that the egress limits, i.e. in Hialeah, you can still have bars on the windows. In North Miami, you have to have egress windows. So like I said, that was a discovery we had yesterday. Outside of that, we've submitted everything that the city has asked for, including revisions, and spoken to the structural. Now, if we need plumbing and electrical on as-built, we'd be glad to do that. That's not a problem. I don't have knowledge of what was done there, but so what happens? And that's really for the building department. But so we do an as-built, and then they come and inspect from there and make whatever recommendations they need. Correct?
That's correct. They have to go and do an inspection basically to make sure it was up to code. But
all right. How much time do you need?
Well, I believe that we're always there. We've already answered the last revision. Submitting an as-built for electrical and plumbing is very simple. 30 days. April 8th. I don't know when your next meeting is. This
hasn't been previously adjudicated.
No, I mean that's
okay. I am going to adjudicate the case based on the testimony that I've heard and what I've heard from the code compliance officer and the witnesses. Based on the testimony, the photographs, and the evidence, I find that a violation of the code still exists. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of April the 8th, 2021. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So you've got until April the 8th, comply. After April the 8th, if you're not in compliance, there will be fines accruing at the daily rate of $250.
Okay, we'll have those additional permits in first of the week.
Okay, and be careful with the windows because it's not as easy as you may think. I just went through that myself. So I'm telling you, it's not about Hialeah and North Miami. This is a county code issue that requires ingress and egress in the event of a fire or some other emergency. You must be able to vacate your bedroom in the event of an emergency, and just a regular window is not going to do.
Understood.
And the installation also has to be in compliance with the county code.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Enrique Estopian, case number CEB PR 2020-00031. This case was previously adjudicated. The abatement date was February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 1270 Northwest 124th Street.
Just quickly before we, Enrique, I'm enabling you now, but I also have Stephanie Jean Pierre. I did send you a chat, Stephanie. You may leave the meeting. Your case was tabled. If you have further questions, you can follow up with your code officer, Gary Beswick. Again, Stephanie Jean Pierre, you don't need to be here. Your case was tabled when it was called. Enrique, I am enabling your audio and video.
Which case are we calling? Enrique?
Yes, Enrique
Estopian?
Yes.
Okay.
You need to unmute, sir.
Sir, if you wouldn't mind unmuting your audio, please.
Okay, so I'm muting.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your name, address, and your relationship to the property, please.
It's Enrique Estopian. I'm the owner of the property.
At 1270 Northwest 124th Street, you've been previously cited for building an aluminum roof structure without a building permit. I see that I entered an order to comply back in November of last year. You were supposed to have abated this violation by February 4th with a fine set of $250. And I know that you've had some issues with plan review, so why don't you tell me about that?
Yes. As soon as we had the court hearing, I built the aluminum roof myself. So I had to hire an engineer and take out the permits. So as soon as I tried to find an engineer, they started doing all the drawings. That takes a little time. By the time we submitted for permitting, I submitted it December 15th for both permits. I had an existing fence that I just changed the aluminum when the hurricane came, but I bought the house that way with the wood framing. So they gave me a violation for that, but I took out the permit for that and the aluminum roof. But the aluminum roof was taking so long that I went by there on January 7th after the New Year, and I said, where are we with the permit? And he goes, no, it's still in zoning review. I go, structural had already had a comment, so I snapped a picture of the jacket that they had there with the red comment, and I took it right back to my structural engineer, and he already fixed that comment. So I went to take it personally to the department. They didn't want to take it from me because they couldn't even find my jacket. So that was one issue. And then I told him, what, you lost the jacket? He goes, no, I think it's a building review. We can't accept that. So I said, how am I going to take something that I want my permit to done quickly so I can get this issue solved and try to expedite it? But they didn't want to take it. So I had to take it back for me. And then I went again, not so long ago, about a week ago, and they still had the same thing, a loss of the jacket. So I spoke to Vicky, she was a supervisor, and she took a little while to find it, but she did find it. So I told her, I was trying to submit this a while back, so this is to be done. And still at that point, it hasn't been reviewed by zoning and it wasn't reviewed by building yet. So I said, it's already been almost 2 months since this issue. So actually yesterday, then I get an email and I checked the update to see where it is in building and zoning, and actually they denied, building and zoning denied it. And I said, this is the issue that I need to address beforehand so I can have time to, you can't just fix this from one day to another. It takes time to go to an engineer. They got to have time to fix the comment. You have to got time to submit it, review it again. So it takes a process before you can finish any work. So what happened is that after I got the comment yesterday, before we went to court today, and it was denied for 400 square feet, that they're saying that it can't be more than 400 square feet. I built close to 600 and something square feet of the roof, and I go down, and it cost me money to build that, to tell me that I can't, that the comment is no more than 400 square feet. When am I going to know that? This is already existing.
All right. I heard your concerns. Let me hear from the code officer.
Yeah. Actually, Wayne Clark, City North Miami Code Compliance Officer. He has been diligent and hands-on trying to get this solved. And like he said, when he say jacket, he means that they lost his documentation or misplaced it. And that is also true, because I did go and ask Vicky about the status and trying to, because he's real, like I say, adamant about trying to get this thing done and on top of things. So I doubled back and went and spoke to Vicky, and she admitted, yeah, well, they misplaced it or whatever, but I happened to relocate it and everything. And, he was kind of nervous about today. Well, I need to get this done. I need to get that done. And I told him, well, that's not, on you that happened, or you might have been a little further ahead in the process to date. So he just let you know the outcome of the resubmittal of the application, when he still has to make some corrections. However, he did obtain the permit for the gate installation, so he's halfway there, so to speak. As far as the dilemma between the 400 maximum allowed and the 600, I have no idea about that as far as it relates to the building department requirements. In a lot of cases, they can reduce it to 400 feet or take it down, period. But in any event, he's been, like I said, very diligent and on top of things, and keeping in contact with me constantly in reference to this issue. And, I do apologize that you had those little hang-ups with the other department or whatever. So we're going to try and get him straightened out,
Well, I believe that he's probably going to have a problem with planning and zoning because of the size of the is it a steel roof?
No,
aluminum.
Yeah, like you have the aluminum carports, the white aluminum.
Yeah, I think that's where the hiccup is. Mm-hmm. And that's why he's not getting planning and zoning approval. That's my guess. Nonetheless, based on what I'm hearing, you are trying to get the matter resolved. It may not be as simple or as cheap as you think it is because of zoning issues. And of course, the file having been lost doesn't help. So I'm going to table this matter and hear it again on April the 8th.
Yeah, that should be.
And I did, let me ask you something. I'm already halfway through I had 2 inspections on the fence already. So I've been working on that. So I should be able to close that permit maybe within a week or so. As far as the fence goes, but as far as the roofing goes, just because of the calculations of when I build it to what the engineer needs for calculations, I had to add even additional beams to this structure, for the roof, just the aluminum roof. It's just a carport, what I had in the back of my yard. I said, I don't mind finishing it off, but to omit 400 square feet of what I already have installed, that's ludicrous.
All right, you'll have to work that out with the engineer and the city.
Yeah, find out what your options are.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll hear back from you back in April.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, Mr. Ricky, you're welcome. Be well.
The next 2 cases on the agenda are Marjorie E. Tapia Case number MHBIO 2019-00447. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $300. The companion case is RCCOR 2019-00050. It was previously adjudicated and was with an abatement date of February the 4th of 2021. The fine set was $300. The property address for both cases is 525 Northwest 134th Street.
Hi, Marjorie, please enable your video and audio to be sworn in.
Hello? Sorry. Hello?
Yes, if you guys can raise your right hand to be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about?
I'm sorry, I have another person on the call. I don't know, you're not unmuted. Is this an attorney or?
Oh, that's the lady the previous owner hired. Her name is Jindra Lopez. Jindra, you're muted.
Okay, so ma'am, if you can also raise your right hand if you plan on speaking on the matter.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And ma'am, you're muted, permit runner. If you want to unmute yourself, that might help.
We can't hear you.
Yes.
Now we can.
Thank you.
What is your name, ma'am?
Jindra Lopez.
And you're an expediter?
Yes.
All right. Marjorie, state your full name and address for the record.
Sure, Marjorie Tapia, 525 Northwest 134th Street, North Miami, Florida, 33168.
You're the owner?
Yes, sir.
You were cited for failing to obtain a reoccupancy certificate. Do you know what that means?
Yes, sir. I remember we had our first hearing back in November. Long story short, I bought the house in September. And when we did the closing, they told me that we were missing just that reoccupancy final. We had our hearing. You gave us until February 4th to get all those issues solved. Plus, the house was remodeled without permits as well. There's 2 cases. And I've been getting in contact with Ms. Jindra Lopez because she was hired by the previous owner. So I'm always in contact with her to know the status of the situation. Because I believe she has more updates when it comes to the licensing and the permits, because she's the one going to the city, not me, but I'm following up with her. And I'm concerned about another issue that you mentioned in our hearing back in November, that after February 4th, I will have a fine of $300. I don't remember for which of the which of the cases. So it's been more than February 4th. So I'm really concerned about that. And now I'm here in this hearing with her again for the same issues.
Yes, you were ordered to obtain a reoccupancy certificate by February 4th. And the order provides that if you did not comply by that date, that a daily fine of $300 would accrue against you. Wait, don't get scared. We look for compliance. We're not interested in taking your money. We just want compliance. And so if there's a good faith effort being made to come to compliance, then I can be a little bit more lenient. But I need to know what the permit runner and why a permit runner is doing renovation permitting. I don't know, but why don't you tell me what renovations are needed to be permitted and where we are today with regard to getting the final CO from the city. Ms. Lopez?
Yes, hi, how are you? Okay, I know the previous owner. Basically, the previous owner, when he was denied by reoccupancy, he put me in contact with the one engineer that he worked. His name is Richard Patterson. he did very poor plans, like only kitchen and bathroom renovation. And he didn't basically went and did the plans with whatever it was, which basically was a garage conversion and more of the renovations. So back and forth, the previous owner paid this guy $5,000 for a set of plan with basically MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. We've been in contact back and forth with the daughter of the guy. The guy is in ICU like this because of COVID. So basically, we cannot even wait anymore for him because she would get a fine. So we were desperate because of the situation. She's saying, look, this is the condition of my father. I cannot do anything about it. You need to wait that he can recover. But in the meantime, Marjorie is desperate. So we didn't get paid for anything because the money is in the title company. It's not like we get the money and we didn't pay anyone. We didn't get the money. It's in the title company to resolve the issue. So in the time that we were desperate, we decided that we would go and get another engineer. His name is Masood Hayali. He's from Kalk Engineering. And he knows me from different projects. So he agreed that he would get paid when Marjorie finished and the title company released the funds. No many engineers do that. Because we were like, the previous owner already paid to this guy. So what were we supposed to do? So that's what we were back and forth. He's working to finish all the correction because basically the first set of plan didn't meet the requirement from Gary. I went to the city because Gary knows that I help many homeowners back and forth with this problem of reoccupancy. And I told Gary about this situation. He told me, you don't have to tell me. You need to go to the hearing and basically tell them what's going on and what is the reason that this is not compliant yet.
Okay, let me see if I can cut through all that. Apparently there was some, you say there was a garage conversion?
Yes.
Yes.
And there was some other work that was done. Was it done with a permit or without a permit?
Without a permit.
All right, let me hear from the code officer to see exactly where we are. Let me get to the point right away and then we'll see where we go from here.
Well, basically, where we are is what she just stated. There's nothing being applied for in the city. There's no permit application has been submitted. Basically, what she's saying is they hire, the previous owner hire an engineer, and basically the title company basically holding the funds. But my thing is the current owner basically need to get more involved, because it sounds to me that the current owner really leaving up to the previous owner and the title company to get this resolved. When the bottom line is the current owner is the one that's really responsible. I understand she didn't do the work, but ultimately she owned the property, so that everything lays on her. So she need to get more involved with some fire underneath who's ever going to pay for the engineer to draw these plans and submit it. Because of this day, there's nothing in our system. Yeah, I saw in the office we spoke, but there's nothing has been submitted.
Go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
Okay, I went with the preliminary plans and I met with the reviewer from plumbing and from building. His name is Miguel. And when I showed him these 4 plans, he said, you are going to get denied because this is only a very simple plan, which renovation for kitchen and bath. This doesn't even have anything with basically the violation the Gary cited for it. That's when we were back and forth with this guy, and his daughter only sent pictures of him in intensive care, and we were desperate because we said, okay, so she only had $5,000 in the title company. The previous owner already paid to this guy a lot of money. So basically, with $5,000 is to pay the new engineer, to pay the contractor to pull permits, and to get the city fees. And we didn't even get paid. So I'm just trying to helping her to don't clean our hand and don't leave her behind on this situation. But we were trying the best we could. And the engineer agreed that he would do a set of plans. This guy, he's a good engineer. He has license and everything. And he would agree to get the money when this is all resolved. But we did meet with the plans to see if it meet the criteria from the city, but it was not because it doesn't have the full extent of work.
All right, I understand that the plans may be deficient, and I understand that new, more explicit plans need to be done by a licensed engineer. That answers only one question. My next question is, what is the work that needs to be done in order to get the city to issue the reoccupancy certificate? What are we talking about? Are we talking rebuilding a kitchen, rebuilding a bathroom, rebuilding a garage? What is the work that needs to be done?
Everything is done. It's after the fact. The work is completed.
Okay.
It's just to get a permit so the city can inspect to make sure.
What if it doesn't comply with the code?
Then they have to make a correction.
That's the issue. And if the work is not in compliance with the code, it may need to be redone. If you reconfigured a garage and it doesn't meet electrical or plumbing requirements, you may have to redo the whole thing.
It's no longer a garage.
Okay, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So I asked the owner directly, okay, as the code officer indicated, this is not the engineer's problem. This is not the plans runner's problem. This is your problem. And you need to take the bull by the horns and, shake somebody's rear end to get this thing resolved and move so that you can not get fined. We don't want to fine you. We want you to get the reoccupancy certificate. So whatever you need to do, whether the money's in the escrow of the title company or whether it's in somebody's pocket, you need to make every effort necessary to get plans approved, the plans showing the work, and get your after the fact permit. So what are you going to do about it?
Okay, I understand that, and I respect everything that Gary said and you said, sir. But Jindra, like I said at the beginning, she was hired by the previous owner, and she knows how annoying I can be calling her every week and every 2 days. What is the status? What is the status? And she knows I'm not lying. What is the status? I went to the city. The city told me this. Yes, I'm waiting for this to be reviewed. I've been a pain on the neck to this lady because I want to get this done. I want to do other things at my house correctly, but I want to get this done. I've been in this house. I did a closing in September. Come on. I'm frustrated too. Because when I don't deal with, I work for the city, for a different city, and I know how this works. It's annoying, and I understand that everything is a process, and especially having this meeting takes a while to happen. But Jindra knows, and Jindra's dad also was sick back last year, and everything was hold. I'm a human. I understand that things happen. But I'm aware of the situation, and I've been with Jindra every day calling her. What's the status? What's the status? What's the status? I want to get this done. I even told this Jindra that I will drop everything and I will tell the title company not to pay them. But I want to get this done. I don't have experience. I'm not an engineer. I don't know. I'm sorry. Subcontractors, sometimes they're not what they said. They take forever. I'm doing my best, Gary, and trust me, I'm going to get a meeting with you because I want to find out every single detail. Because I don't want more issues with this house.
I hear you. Ms. Lopez, what's the next step? Where are we going from here? What's the timeline?
The next step is the engineer finish the plan correctly, the new set of plans. Basically, the owner, the previous owner, he doesn't want to put more money on it. And this engineer agreed, but basically he's telling me that he want to make sure that the monies in the title company is going to go to him when he give us the set of plans approved, because nobody want to work for free. And this is the situation that we were dealing with. So basically, we are going to send an affidavit to the title company saying that when the plans get approved, the money has to be released. Because I'm not going to pay for my pocket the city fee. Why I should pay? The money's in the title company, and it's for that reason to pay for the city. And I did not get paid for the previous owner, so I'm not going to spend money out of my pocket to pay city fees. So this money has to be for what it is, engineer and city fees.
So when the property closed, the parties recognized that there was an issue and they set aside $5,000 to cover and pay for that issue. Is that what that money is there for?
Yes.
And who has the authority to have that money released? Who needs to ask that the money be released to the engineer?
Marjorie.
Let me explain something. When I did the closing, they told me about the occupancy. That was the only thing missing. Only thing I didn't know about the house being remodeled without permits, and that's something that I found out with Jindra after they gave me the information of Jindra, and I went crazy on her, and I went crazy on the realtor, and I went crazy on everybody, like a psychopath. Okay. However, she told me everything is going to be solved, and everything happened. Then the hearing came, all this time came, and I want to get this solved. Yes, I can tell the title company, hey, this is what's going on. They recently asked me last week, what's the status? And I'm like, nothing has been solved. Because nothing has been solved.
But I need an answer to this question. Do you have the authority to request and require, not just ask, but to require the title company to release the money to an engineer to finish this job?
Sir, I believe the title company also wants to see the paperwork from them, like everything was completed. I'm not going to tell you yes or no, because this is my first time, but I'm sure they're going to ask me any documents.
So you may have to come out of pocket to pay an engineer to do the work before the title company releases the money to you.
That's something that we didn't discuss, Jindra. Un segundo, abuelita.
All right. What is your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is we need something to be submitted to the city. Whatever plans they have, the application need to be submitted to our office. Not just someone come to the office and verbally talking. Something got to be submitted to show good faith that there's progress. As of this moment, there's nothing is submitted. So we need something to be submitted after the fact. So everything that was listed in the denial need to be submitted so we have it on record. Because there's nothing on record.
You understand what he's saying?
No, sir, I don't understand what he's saying.
Okay, so let me see if I can clarify it. You need a licensed engineer to draft plans to address the renovations that were done and certify to the city that those renovations were in compliance with the code and get an after the fact permit. But you can't do any of that without a licensed engineer submitting accurate as-built drawings. You cannot get anything from the city until you do that. And if you don't do that, then those $250 fines are going to start kicking in.
Okay, I believe, thank you for the clarification, sir. Jindra, this is something that you and I will need to talk from our...
Yeah, the problem is the engineer that we're working on, he was the only one who agreed to do work without even down payment. But what he's saying is like, I'm going to give you the as-built letter. I went to the property. He knows everything is like fine. But what happened? He said, I want to make sure that after I do all this, the money goes back to my wife and the money doesn't go back to her and she's not going to pay me. So you have to look at many different ways. So I know it's not anyone's fault, but she needs to be in compliance and say, listen, I'm going to do an agreement with the engineer saying, this money goes back to the city fees and to the engineer when this is going to be resolved.
Well, that is of no concern to us. That's a private matter between all of you. But I just told you what you need to do to be at least to show some good faith of compliance. So I don't want to wait till April. Is there any way we can get this done sooner?
When is the next thing?
That's the next hearing you're presiding over, Magistrate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do, and I want this to be clear on the record. If we don't have the engineering drawings filed and approved by my next meeting, April 8th, those $250 a day fines will be levied against your property. Okay? I'm not going to wait any longer. You have until April the 8th. That's plenty of time to get what you need to get. If you don't have that certificate by then, I'm going to impose those fines. Right now, those fines are up in the air. They haven't yet been imposed. We haven't yet put a lien on your property, but I'm going to go back to the beginning when you were asked to comply by February 4th. If you're not in compliance on April the 8th, all the fines from February 4th onward will be ratified. So that's 2 months. In 2 months, you ought to be able to work this out, even if you have to come out of pocket a few $1,000s to pay an engineer. There are many of engineers out there, and I'm sure that they're anxious to do some work. So please, be sensitive to what I'm telling you. Okay? I think we've rehashed this enough. I think that everybody knows what their responsibilities are. It's always the owner's responsibility. It's not the plan runner or the prior owner or the title company. It's the owner's responsibility, and you need to take ownership of this issue. Okay? Next case.
Okay.
The next case on the agenda is Andre and Nadine Williams Shim, case number CEB PR 2020-00025. Property address 920 Northeast 141 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Hi, Nadine. If you can unmute yourself and enable your video so we can swear you in.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, I see there are two people there. Can you each identify yourself? Tell me where you live and what is your relationship to the property?
Hi, my name is Nadine Williams Shim. I reside at 920 Northeast 141 Street, North Miami. We are the owners of this property.
Okay, and do you understand the nature of the violation that the city filed against you for an after the permit?
Sure, yes.
Apparently you did some work on the roof and you did that without a permit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Anything else I should know?
The property was granted an extension, and this is the first time that the case is being heard today.
Okay. How much time do you need to comply?
We have plans have been submitted to North Miami, the city of North Miami. We have a permit pending. We checked on it last Thursday and actually yesterday, and it's still pending. So we're just waiting on that to be compliant.
You hired a roofer or a contractor to get the permit?
Contractor, yes.
Okay. Can I just briefly, if you could show me the picture, what it looks like?
Because I received a complaint, I never had access to the actual property. The work was being done in the rear.
I'm sorry. You received a complaint, you said?
No, the code officer is now going to inform me as to how we got here.
Oh, okay. Let me turn
all right. Yeah.
Okay. As I stated, I received a complaint in reference to work being done at the property. At the time when I checked the computer, there was no permits on file. I mailed out the notice of violation because from where I could see to the rear, I could see work is being done, but I wasn't sure what work. I did finally speak with the property owner, Mrs. Nadine, and she advised that they were doing some work in the rear and that she would get a permit. That is when the code director allowed her an extension to take the time that she needed to get.
Okay, I didn't grant the extension.
No.
Okay.
No, we did in office. And as of the final reinspection date, when I checked the system, an application was submitted on the 7th, but nothing has been approved or finalized for the work that's being done.
You mean there are no permits?
No, like she stated, they submitted
the permits, but there is no permit number.
There's no approval, so the paperwork hasn't been processed or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. You have a picture of the roof?
There should be something in the file.
Do you have another device on, Nadine?
Yes.
Yeah, you need to. You need to shut down one of the two.
I apologize. I'm working.
Get a lot of feedback.
Okay, it's off. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's what I thought I saw.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the rear.
All right, ma'am, what is that? Nadine, what are you see the red arrows there with the extension? Is that what you're building?
That's where our laundry room is. During COVID, with the rain and working at home, we had a mold issue. And our contract at the time told us that he could just do that very quickly for us. But then,
what's the structure that is shown in the center of the photograph that is like a wood extension of your roof? What is that?
It's a roof. I wish I had submitted I didn't realize I could submit pictures prior, but it's just a roof.
All right, and is that what you're getting a permit for?
So, yes, we've decided to just get a permit to do a little bit more than that.
Okay, and you've got a contractor working on that right now.
Correct, a licensed contractor.
How much time do you need to get the work done?
It depends on how soon the city approves our permit.
You would need to contact the city because when I looked at the notes, it says that licenses are missing, insurance, workman's comp, and additional plans need to be sent to Durham. So I would contact them to verify what's holding you guys up in the process.
Okay, which the city of Miami or North Miami?
North Miami.
North Miami.
Because I went there last Thursday and they just told me that everything's pending.
Yeah, I would suggest maybe calling back and asking to speak with either Rahima Golding or Vicky Santos. So that way they can go through the notes and explain to you what's missing and what you need to do to be in compliance. Because if not, it's just going to sit there and we'll be back in a few months and you'll still be in the same position.
What's the Durham issue?
I don't know, because it doesn't say any further, but those are the notes that I saw.
What does Durham mean?
It's a department within Miami-Dade County. I'm not 100% sure what they necessarily do, but it's a part of the permitting.
Yeah, that's an agency of the county that deals with environmental issues. Okay, so you may need to get their approval as well. What I'm going to do is I am going to adjudicate you because I want you to move quickly and not sit around and wait for something else to happen. So I'm going to give you some time, okay? I'm not going to fine you. I'm going to give you some time, but if you don't comply by a date that I'm going to give you, then fines will start accruing because I want this to move. It's not, it doesn't appear to be a big problem to resolve, but you got to resolve it, okay? So
Yes, Judge, I've been on this. I'm trying my hardest, and I'm working.
I know you will. I know you will. Based on the testimony that I've heard, the photographs and the evidence depicting that the cited violation still exists. Proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of April the 8th, 2021. And I set a fine of $250. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So I need you to get this done by April the 8th, start getting fined.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
The next case is Rebecca Cabrera, case number MHVI 02019-00339. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February the 4th of 2021. The fine set is $250. The property address is 2280 Northeast 122 Street.
Hi, Rebecca. Can you unmute yourself to be sworn in?
Yes. Hi.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Cabrera, tell me who you are, full name, your address, and it looks like you're somewhere.
I'm in an airport. I'm so happy I was able to make it to the meeting.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rebecca Cabrera, homeowner of 2280 Northeast 122nd Street in North Miami, Florida 33181.
Okay, you were previously cited for failing to obtain permits to do alterations without a permit. You were to abate the violation by the 4th. Time was set. Why are you not in compliance?
So it took me a while to get the contractor and engineer to do their part. After our meeting, I spoke to Rahima because I was a little confused about the after the fact permit that you told me about. So she clarified it, and I was able to get the contractor. Then we needed like an electrical panel schedule, so that took a while with the engineer. But I was able to submit it. I know it was super late yesterday, and I submitted a photo of the receipt with the permit number, and it. I know I was late, but I can't. These guys just took longer than I had wanted them to.
Which guys are those?
Cardos Construction, my contractor. Sorry.
Okay.
So there is I don't know if you're able to see it because I uploaded it so late yesterday. There's a permit number.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Beswick to inform me as to where we are.
Okay.
Well, basically, as she stated, they applied for the permit yesterday. So basically, they have to go through the process. So at this point, I guess we can go ahead and table it. But make sure you stay on top of the contractors. If there's any because this has been going on for a long time, as I told you.
Yeah.
You need to stay on top of the contractors to make sure as they go through the process of reviewing, if there's any comments from any of the inspectors, they have to address it right away and don't wait. So
you say there's a plumbing issue?
No. If an issue came up from one of the inspectors, the contractor needs to go ahead and address the issue immediately.
Like what kind of construction?
They're into
renovations.
Kitchen, bathroom.
Okay. Were those renovations done by this property owner or by a prior? Okay. All right. I'm going to table it, but as the code officer said, those fines that were levied starting in February 4th, if you're not in compliance by April the 8th, I'm going to reinstitute or affirm those fines because we can't wait any longer to get that work done. I know that you've got contractors, and I know contractors are busy, but you need to light a fire under them and get them to finish this work by April 8th. And if you're going to go out of town, I would give them a call before you leave.
Yes, sir, but I mentioned earlier, they were able to get a permit yesterday.
Oh, they applied for the permit yesterday.
They did not get the permit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. They did not get the permit. They told me it would take 14 days. You're right.
Okay. Well, please be sure to follow up. And we'll see where we are on April the 8th.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
I'm sorry, just before we move into the next case, I just want to call a couple names that I see in the queue, and I don't know what property address they are affiliated with. So Augusto Pezzatini, Enrique Final, and Ezekiel Sar Shalom. If you would please send me a chat with the property address that you're here on behalf of, I'd appreciate it so that we can call your case. The clerk will proceed with case number 30.
The next case is Santos Domingo Reyes, case number RCCOR 2017-00027. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of April 24th of 2019. The fine set was $250. The property address is 555 Northwest 127th Street.
Sir, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Do you need an interpreter?
I don't think it's here.
Who is that?
Sir, can you hear?
Hola. Hola, escucha.
Okay, do you need an interpreter?
Yes, I'm the interpreter, yes. Hola, ¿me escucha?
Speaking, can you enable your video if you're interpreting?
Sure. Somehow the system is not allowing me because the host has stopped my video.
Okay, hang on.
Can you Jose, can you hear?
Hola, ¿me escucha, señor?
Jose.
Sí. ¿Me escucha?
Jose?
Hola, ¿me escucha?
No, not his name is Jose.
No, his name is Miguel.
Hola, ¿me escucha? Hola, ¿me escucha? Hola, ¿me escucha?
Is there no audio at that computer?
Santos, ¿tú puedes oír lo que estamos hablando?
Oh, he said there's no audio on there. Okay, I'm telling them. Okay. They're calling to check. Okay.
Hola, señor, ¿me escucha?
He doesn't have audio. I'm sorry. There's a technical difficulty. Just a moment.
His audio is not working.
Creole, well, as we're waiting on IT to fix the audio, Creole interpreter, you're released. Thank you. And I have Agustino Pezzatini, Enrique Finol, and Ezekiel Sar Shalom. While I'm waiting, I'm gonna just enable your audio. If you can tell me what case you're here for. Agustino Pezzatini, can you hear me? I just gave you audio. Can you tell me what case you're here for?
Yeah, let me just pull it up. I'm sorry, I had all the paperwork and then.
What's your address? Just tell me your address.
The address for the property in question is 805 Northeast 134th Street. The case number is CEBNP 2020-00001.
Okay, give me a second. We're just verifying whether you're on the agenda.
Is it number 6? I think you said 128th Street.
You said that was 805?
Northeast 134th Street.
805 Northeast 134th Street.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see you on my agenda. Do you know who your code officer is?
Well, probably it's because we're in compliance already, but we still got the notice, so I don't have it.
Okay, so you're in compliance. There was no need for you to be here today. You can be dismissed. There's no need for you to be on the call. Your case is in compliance.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you. Sorry about that. Enrique Finol, can you tell me what property you're here on behalf of?
Hello, yes, it's 1962 Northeast 147th Terrace.
Okay, just a moment.
NMB Partners.
Huh?
NMB Partners.
Okay.
Okay, that's number 22.
Okay, we'll hear your case. We see you on the agenda. Thank you.
You want to do that now?
1 second, sir. And then I have Ezekiel. Ezekiel, can you tell me what address you're here on behalf of?
Yes, I texted you earlier. Your name is Crystal. Yes, I'm calling you from Selwood K Condominium Association, and I have 2 cases: CEGMP 2020-0061, and then CEEXC 2020 again -4 and an 8.
Okay, super. We see you on the agenda. We just bear with us while we hear the next case, and we'll hear your case afterwards.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. And I don't know if you texted me. I didn't get a message from you, but thank you.
No, that's all right. But you'll find it, sir. Bye-bye.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ricardo.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna let the gentleman approach.
Okay.
Muchas gracias.
All right, Spanish interpreter, can you rejoin us? Sir, do you need an interpreter?
Yes, I need an interpreter, please.
Okay, we can swear you in now.
Buenas tardes, yo soy su intérprete. Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará será la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios, diga, lo juro.
Lo juro.
I do. Puede bajar la mano. Quítese la mascarilla. Quítese la mano para poder escuchar. Gracias.
Sir, please state your full name, your address, and your relationship to the property.
Por favor, señor, diga su nombre completo, la dirección y qué relación tiene con la propiedad.
Mi nombre es Santos Domingo Reyes. Soy el dueño de la propiedad. Mi dirección es 555 Northwest, 127 calle, North Miami, Florida 33168.
Okay, I see that you have been here before. There is a reoccupancy certificate required, and you were asked to get one as far back as 2 years ago, and a fine was set. Where are we?
He got a permit, actually, where we are with the permit, or the inspections, or the inspection going, he got permit, there was a renovation done, so we need to know where he at with inspections.
Okay, so the city would like to know where you are in terms of the inspections and moving your permit along.
Bueno, la ciudad quiere saber en qué situación están las inspecciones y en qué y cómo se está moviendo su caso.
Sí, señor juez, básicamente yo tengo, podría considerar, a decirlo, un 90-95% terminado de la situación que tenía mi casa. Solamente me ha atrasado, el inspector me pidió una carta de mi arquitecto.
Un momento, por favor. Your Honor, pretty much I would say that 90 or 95% of everything is done and in my house. And I've just been late a little bit because I have been requested a letter from the architect. Continúe.
Sí, la carta, y el arquitecto demoró un poco en darme la carta. Ayer, el día de ayer, le entregué la carta al inspector.
And I received a letter late from the architect, and I presented this letter yesterday to the inspector. Continúe.
Pero básicamente casi todo está listo para inspecciones.
Basically,
Go ahead and apply for
everything is ready.
Occupancy certificate.
I'm sorry, I missed the last comment.
Basically, everything is ready, he said.
Okay, he needs to apply with the building department for a reoccupancy certificate once the work is done. Ask him if he understands that.
Una vez que el trabajo ya está hecho, entonces tiene que aplicar en ese momento una vez para el certificado de reocupación. ¿Lo entiende?
Entiendo perfectamente y voy a hacer exactamente lo que usted está recomendándome.
I understand perfectly, and I'm going to do exactly as your honor says.
Have you done any inspections recently? Do you know what the status of
No,
the
not me,
inspection is?
the building, no, another permit is issued, so it's the building.
Okay, yeah, so the building official, the building department is doing all of the inspections.
Then I do the last one.
And then you will come in and then you don't even need to go there. You just need to see that he's filed for a certificate
Yeah,
of
in
use.
this case, yes.
Okay, so explain to the gentleman that as soon as the building official, the building department COs the property, and he immediately needs to apply for a reoccupancy certificate. If he fails to do that, then I'm going to make him come back.
Bueno, simplemente como se dijo anteriormente, una vez que se haya completado todo, usted tiene que presentar y solicitar ese certificado de reocupación. Y si no lo hace, entonces sí, voy a llamarlo otra vez que venga acá.
Muchísimas gracias, voy a hacer exactamente eso, solo estamos esperando que el proceso de la carta que sea aprobada por los inspectores y continuamos con las inspecciones para terminar todo, para hacer el final.
Un momento. I understand. I'll do exactly what you said. And I'm just waiting for that letter and then to be submitted to the inspectors and then conclude everything.
Okay, I'm going to table this case and see where we are on April the 8th. And in the meantime, I hope that it doesn't need to come back before me.
Bueno, de todas formas, este caso lo estoy programando para abril 8, pero espero que no tenga necesidad de regresar para esa fecha.
Eso yo espero también y voy a ser muy diligente para que todo eso se cumpla en la fecha, ¿ok?
That's what I hope too, and I'm going to do the best I can so I can be on time for that date.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Have a good rest of the day and stay safe.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias, señor juez. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
At this time, thank you, sir. At this time, the Spanish interpreter, you can be released as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Good job.
The next case is NMB Partners LLC, case number MHBIO 2019-00198. The property address is 1962 Northeast 147 Terrace.
Ezekiel, if you can unmute your, I'm sorry, not in, sorry about that. Enrique, if you can accept the invitation to unmute yourself and enable your audio so we can swear you in.
We're still with NMB?
Yes. Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, your full name, sir, and your street address, your relationship to the property.
My name's Enrique Fenol. My address is 1922 Northeast 149th Street. It's North Miami, Florida, 33181. And my relationship to the property is I'm one of the property managers here.
Okay, the property has been cited for failing to obtain permits for a kitchen, electrical outlet, and plumbing pipes, all installed without a permit. What say you?
So that's true. We purchased a property and there was construction without a permit. We have the plans from the engineer. We took them to the city of North Miami and we got a number and they asked us to take the plans to Miami-Dade County for plan review. And that's where they are right now. They're doing the plumbing, the electrical, and the building plan review.
So it's still at Durham? So Durham still have the plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but what about the city of North Miami?
I gotta come back from Durham.
You first need to get Durham.
Yeah,
You
once I get them.
before you can submit him to the city.
Yes.
Correct.
How much time do you need?
Not more than 30 days.
I'm going to give you a little bit more time, but I need you to get finished with the plans. I know that sometimes Durham can take a little longer, and then you have to go through the county. But I'm going to give you time. But if you're not in compliance, I'm going to start fining you. Okay? So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the testimony of the manager of the property, showing that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city.
It's not a new case.
Hmm?
It's not a new
I don't
case.
have that being adjudicated.
It hasn't been adjudicated.
All this time? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I wanted to
Okay.
get this moving. Again, I find for the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of April the 8th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. So, sir, you have until April the 8th to get into compliance, get your plans ready.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The next two cases on the agenda are for Sailboat K Condo Association, case number CEEXE 2020-00008, and case number CEGMP 2020-00061, property address 13499 Biscayne Boulevard. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Okay, Ezekiel, I've just enabled your video and audio, so if you can accept the invitation so we can swear you in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
So the last time you gave me permission to call you Zeke, is that still okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just about to give
call you. I'll call you Zeke.
Thank you.
You know the violations. You know what the issues are. Why don't you bring us up to date?
Okay. I did have Shanna Sanders came to see me after our meeting, And I did show her the book, which is the structural engineering report with the 3-inch documentation reference to what we're going to be doing to the building. I just last week contracted them again to be able to do the package for the contractors and the drawings to be able to put into the city. I should have that by mid next month. And I'm already getting in touch with contractors. So by the time I have the paperwork, I already have the contractors to be able to send them in, and hopefully we can start the project as soon as possible. I've also contacted our accounting firm and our lawyers, and we are starting to set up the special assessment. And we are in touch with 4 different banks to see if we can, by the time all this paperwork gets together, we'll have the loan ready to be able to do the 40-year restoration and the painting of the building on the outside, and of course, caulking, roof, and all the other things that we want to do to the building. So we are pretty much, we're trying to go do this as quickly as possible for you. And as I promised you, I did talk to the board and to the engineers, and we are able to work on that side of the building that needs immediate painting because the paint color is a little off. And we could probably do that right off the bat, right at the beginning of the procedure, and do that first, and then we can do the rest of the building later to be able to show that, it looks nice on that corner of the property.
Okay, so you're saying that you will be doing the work in phases?
Well, the idea, the first thing we're going to be doing is the concrete restoration and of course painting of the building, and which is exactly what the fines are about. That's the first thing we'll do, and we can do that for you. Now, we can do it at any point, but we can do it at the beginning also. So to be able to help the city and make it look nice for the city, we want to be able to do that first. That section of the building we can do first, but then of course we need to do the concrete and everything else that we need to do to the property. But as I said, we are going to be getting the package for the contractors mid next month. And then we have to get the 3 bids, which we need to be able to comply with Statute 718. And then we can go ahead. And by that time, we'll have a loan and we'll have the special assessment set up. So we'll be able to work much faster by then. So we're at a middle point where we're just
so you're once you get your bids out, and if you get a bid that is within your budget, whether you have the special assessment passed or not, you do have a bank loan to get moving.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do everything at the same time. We want to do the bank loan, we want to do the special assessment, and we want to get the bids all at the same time. So by the time, by the time we have the bids, then we'll have everything working together. That is our intention. And I think we can do it. I've done it in other properties, and I think we'll be able to do it now.
But the vote on the special assessment, whether that takes time or doesn't take time, you're prepared to move forward with or without that vote passing.
Well, the vote of the special assessment on Statute 17 has to be approved by, we have 5 board members. And they are the only ones that make, in other words, there's a process where you have to send the information to the unit owners, and then there's a meeting for the unit owners for explanation. But the vote is decided directly only by the board of directors. And all 5 board of directors are in favor of doing this. So it's not going to be a problem of the vote. It's more of going to be a problem of the time it's going to take to do the legal proceedings and do the paperwork and the banking, of course.
I think we understand each other. I just want to make sure that that vote will not hold up the work getting started, getting done, because you still have a bank loan.
Yes.
And you can draw on whatever the loan is.
Yes.
Without the special assessment process.
Yes. Yes, that's the idea. Of course, it's preferable to do it all properly, and we'd like to do it all at the proper stages. But yeah, it actually just painting that side of the building and fixing that side of the building is not as much. But I'd like to be able to do it all in one package instead of doing it separately, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, I understand that there's a sequence to how you do construction. I just want to hear from the city, the code officer, if they have any input, if they would like to have something done quickly, early, before some of the other work. Are there any life safety issues to be concerned about? What is the city's position? They seem to be moving forward.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. The first thing I would probably like to see done, but definitely would like to see done, is that painting. We've been getting multiple complaints about the property on the west side of the building. As the manager already stated, is discolored. It's 3 different colors, and it is badly mildew and mold stained. So, if we can do that first, I don't know if he's going to have to wait for the assessments and everything for that, but definitely that needs to be taken care of as soon as possible.
Okay, how do you respond to that, Zeke?
Well, she's correct. We have cleaned it a little bit since then. But as I said, I don't want to spray wash it right now and cause more damage than it needs to, because that area, there is no actual in the complaint or in the fine, or what do you want to call it, the violation. It's stated that there's concrete parts that are fallen, and that is a misunderstanding. Because that part of the area, it's more drywall. It's exterior drywall, which is like a mesh with some stucco put on it, and that fell, and we have picked it up since. So there is like a little hole in the staircase area there. It's not concrete, so there is no actual danger there. But she's correct in reference to the color, because what happened is that 3 years ago, when they did the 40-year, when they were doing the 40-year certification before I got here, they stopped the process there. So they painted the building till that area, and that area is just a slib of paint that's missing. So, but you have to be able to set it up, you have to hang yourself from the roof. So the process itself just starts at $5,000-$10,000 just to hang the piece up. So if we're doing the 40-year restoration, then of course we have it's called a trapeze. The trapeze will be part of the program. Then it'll be a lot easier to do that, and it'll be economical. But if I do it just for that area right now, it's not a good idea, because it'll cost us money just to do a small area of paint. So I understand how the city feels of it. If you insist, I will do it. But I would appreciate if you will allow us to go through this process, and maybe at the next meeting when we have by May, if we have a meeting like this, I'll be able to have everything set up for you, and I will be able to give you a date and time when the procedure will start and when it will finish.
Is there anything that you can do without scaffolding or putting a boom or something? There's an issue of mildew, mold.
No. There is dirt, but there's no mold per se. What I can do is I can close. There is an area of wall that is as I said, it's got like a metal mesh with some. I can fix that area, but then I still need to paint it. So even if I fix it, it's going to have a patch, and to paint it, I need to put the scaffold up. You have to do a contract. It takes, it's an issue of, it takes it to be able to do the whole building. It's feasible, but if you want to just do one area, it's very expensive, because the trapeze is problematic. As I said, if you insist, we'll do it, because we have no alternative. But if you could wait, I promise you, the building's going to look beautiful, and it's going to be an asset to the city. And that's our intention.
How long before you get to the west wall?
I will do the west wall first. The minute I have everything set up, the first section I'm going to do is the west wall. Okay, and that way that's what I meant. I will promise you that.
Give me a timeline.
As I said, I need at least between 2 to 3 months just to set it all up, and then as soon as I set it up, then I can go ahead and start doing that area. And that is my problem is that there's a lot of pieces that need to fit. The loan, the special assessment.
The question is,
Yeah,
do we, do we insist because it looks so terrible? Or do we give him a couple of months so that it's more efficient for him to be able to do the
I
work?
wouldn't mind the 3 months if he can state in 3 months it's going to be done, but it seems like he's saying in 3 months he still wants to set it up.
Yeah, well, he says
that's
he.
where I have to.
Yeah, I understand. So, Zeke,
Yes.
we're gonna be a little flexible, but not too flexible. You gotta start working on that west wall sometime before we see each other again on April the 8th.
Okay, what I can do to help you is I will fix the wall and I will try to clean it as best possible. But I don't want to put the trapeze in yet. As I said, if you insist, I'll do it. I mean, it should have been done a long time ago.
When you say the trapeze, you mean a scaffold?
Yeah, the scaffold, that's the complicated. I don't want to do the scaffold until we do the whole building because then it's not feasible to just do it for that area. You know, you want to do it for the whole building. So you bring the people and they put the scaffold up and then that's something that is moved from section to section. And you rent it it's a month to month rent. And it's expensive to do it for a month for only a job that's going to take 2 or 3 days. But I will fix the wall for you. I will fix it and I'll try to clean it. And Shana is welcome to come and visit anytime she wants. And I will show her the work that we're done. And I'll try to keep it as clean as possible.
So that's the main concern right now is the west wall because it's the wall that is most visible to the city. Yes. And it does require some painting.
Some attention. I will attend to it, I promise you, and I will take care of it the best I can. And the first question you ask everybody that comes into the building, into this meeting, and I know probably the last one here, is that what relationship do you have with the property that you're representing? I'm married to the place. I'm pretty much here more than I spend at home. I come here at 6 a.m. I don't leave till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I come weekends and Sundays. Believe me, I live here. So that's the relationship I have with the property, just so you know. And you're welcome to come and visit anytime, any of you.
I'm not going to visit, but I do drive by there all the time. So I really would appreciate it if come April the 8th, at least we're taking care addressing the west wall.
I'm not trying to take advantage of to push it, but I would love it if it would be May. I will have the repairs done as soon as possible. I mean, I'll start next week. Just to
okay, I don't have a hearing set in May but let's see where we are and let's see where we are on April the 8th.
Okay.
And we'll take it from there. Is that okay? Is that acceptable with the city?
Well, as I said, the city or me? Okay, sorry.
No, is it okay with the city?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, because they're willing to, be flexible, but you told us that you were going to take care of that wall first before anything else.
That's true. I will. That's the intention, is to do that wall when we have everything already set up, but I will work on it right away to at least make it as nice and as clean as possible.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Get your bids out and get your permits. Start getting the work done. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We're going to table it until April the 8th.
Excellent.
This started out as a 40-year recertification issue, and then it blended into all these other problems. Is that?
I don't know anything about the 40-year that Gary does.
That's what he said. That
if it was, it probably something started some years back. I initially started receiving complaints just about how the ice or along 135th when this came. So I don't know about the 40 years.
Okay.
Well, the next case on the agenda is. Okay. Is Coinco Investments, CMHS 2020-00012, property address 13600 Northeast 6th Avenue. Erin Barber is the officer.
So we don't have anybody here on behalf of this property, magistrate.
Okay. What is the number?
17. Coinco.
So we're going back.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No appearance for the property owner. Let me hear from the city.
Okay, City of North Miami and Barbara. I was originally called out to this property regarding a complaint of a leaky roof on one of the units. Walked in, the tenant showed me around. I was able to secure some photos. This was on August 11th, 2020. And since that time, I've gone out, inspected the property, and there are tarps placed in various locations throughout it's a rental, single-story rental apartment building. And the roof has tarps in several places. No contact from the property owners.
Okay, I reviewed the photos. Can you show them again and tell me where the tarps are?
Okay, and those are the
Again, this is a one-story, single family, like efficiencies type units, right?
Yes, yes, a single-story apartment. The photos that were taken on February 4th, the last set of photos from my final inspection.
There's the tarp.
Yes, and yeah, there are several, my last set of photos as well. And some of the tarps that are shown on these August 11th photos have been eaten away by storms since then. So there are remnants of, but they are, and again, I have had no contact with the.
How did you effectuate service?
The notice there was a notice mailed. I sent out a notice to the property owner. I did try to reach out as well by phone, but notice was posted. And
is there a manager in-house? Who's that gentleman?
He was out at the property repairing. When I went out on the 4th, he was there with another maintenance man, and they were repairing one of the holes. But you can see that the tarps on, throughout the property.
Do you know if there's an in-house manager?
I don't believe so. No. I asked one of the tenants. They said no. I did try to call the number on the sign out front.
So
it's a large company.
You posted it and you mailed
it? Sir. Yes, sir.
It was mail certified, correct?
It was. It should have been, yes.
And to whom was the Coinco Investments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and that's the property owner?
Yes.
They're at 844 Southwest 1st Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want an adjudication based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs and evidence presented showing that the violation still exists, that proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of, I'm going to say 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is D&D Company Properties LLC, case number CEEXZ 2020-00001, property address 12640 Northeast 6th Avenue, Edme, St. Louis. Is the officer?
No appearance for the owner?
No, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Code Officer Edme, St. Louis. This is a new violation. This violation was opened back March 26th of 2020. And it's for the painting of the exterior building, which is red, white, and blue thrift store. As of the final reinspection date, the violation still remains. Violation was mail certified to the property owner. It has given numerous extensions before, and as of reinspection date, property's still not in compliance.
Okay, so this is a thrift store.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Magistrate, if I may. I do believe that there are a few other cases that we're dealing with this property owner on, and they are represented by counsel. And I do believe that I spoke with them maybe last month in reference to merging this case with the others. And if I'm not mistaken, Peggy, I granted the extension. Am I not correct? Yes. I don't know that I heard from them this time around. I'm guessing they were noticed, but I don't know what happened. But I'm going to request that we just take this off calendar until I can figure out what's going on.
This is a Burkow case.
This is
Attorney Burkow. I think I saw some correspondence.
I don't think it's Attorney Burkow. Jennifer, do you remember his name? I think this might be okay. It's the same guy that we see all. What's
Mickey Marrero?
Marrero, yes.
Mickey Marrero, same firm.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Same firm.
Yeah. So it's not Marrero's case directly, but he's in that firm. So I would just request that if we could just table this on the calendar, and I'll make contact. I think.
Yeah, if they have counsel, and we know they have counsel, and they've made an appearance,
yeah,
then it's only fair that we give them an opportunity to be present.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll table that.
The next case on the agenda is Gabriel Joseph, case number CERCD 2020-00012, property address 1120 Northwest 130th Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Afternoon.
Hi, no appearance. Go ahead and present.
Good afternoon, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. This was a violation for a boat being stored on the property, and there is no variance. The boat is stored in the front driveway. I visited the house several times, spoke with several people. Notice of violation was mailed and posted at the property as well. And to date, as of the final reinspection date on the 4th, there was still no compliance.
And that's the boat depicted on the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And you serve the property owner how?
There was a notice was mailed and also posted at the property.
Notice was mailed certified.
Certified return receipt?
Yes, sir.
You can't get a variance to have a boat on your property, can you?
Yes.
You can
park in the rear and in the side.
In the rear,
Yes, correct.
right? Okay, all right.
Yes, and I had mentioned to them on several occasions that, they need to move the boat, first of all, from the front of the property and obtain variance as well.
Okay.
And that's not.
All right, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Next case is Gary and Marie LaFay, case number CEFAW 2020-00040. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 25th of 2020. The fine set was $500. The property address is 932 Northeast 146th Street.
I think I remember this case having a horrible wooden fence, totally
in disrepair.
In disrepair. Thank you for using that word. I was searching for a word, but that's, can you just show me that picture again? Several pictures, but one in particular that strikes me as horrific. there's a wider shot that, that's one of them. There you go. You haven't heard from the prop?
No. Looking for the photos as of her last re-inspection date?
Yes. And while she's looking, have you made an effort to contact the owner?
Yep. No, nothing from them at all.
Are they a tenant or an owner?
I'm not even sure because when I go to the property, no one ever answers the door. So I don't know.
All right, well, let's put a lien on the property then. I've seen enough. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the other evidence presented reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since at least, what was the compliance date?
December 25th of 2020 was the date.
Okay, since that date, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date, which I believe are 500.
Correct.
In the amount of 500. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs to the city and authorize the placement of a lien against the property.
The next case is Miguel Tercero Mendoza. Case number CEB PR 2020-00027, property address 550 Northwest 130th Street, Edmay, St. Louis is the officer.
Ms. St. Louis, good afternoon.
Great afternoon.
Please tell us what this case is about.
This violation was opened back in September 16, 2020. It's in regards to a door that the property owner installed without permit. Upon inspecting the property, I observed the door, the brand new door, opened the violation and made contact with one of the property owners. They explained to me that they would contact Home Depot to pull the permit, but as of the final recheck, no permits on file and violation remains.
Why Home Depot to pull the permit?
Because they wanted to they were trying to get other contractors to come get the permit for them, but they took their money and never proceeded with obtaining the permit. So they figured since they got a notice for hearing that they would try to see if they would go with Home Depot as a choice of preference.
For pulling a permit?
Yes.
Home Depot does that for customers?
I have no idea if they do,
Okay.
but that's what they told me, and I was like, okay, just remember to have a hearing.
I was not aware that you needed a permit to install a door.
In North Miami.
In North Miami,
Yes.
okay?
Windows and doors.
Windows and, well, window I understand, of course, but I guess I didn't know about doors.
Yes.
Okay, so based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, this was not yet adjudicated, right?
No, it's a
Okay.
brand new case.
Proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case on the agenda is Raul Nodal. Case number CERCV 2020-00019. The property address is 420 Northwest 134th Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
This is a new customer?
New case.
Okay. Something about a boat. Tell me about it.
Yes, so this case was opened for a boat that's on the side of the house, and there is no variance in the system. I have been in contact with the homeowner, and she noted that she was in the process. She's already gone through checking with the neighbors and all of the paperwork. I think she's just waiting for final sign off.
For a variance?
Yes, sir, for the variance.
But it wouldn't be allowed at that location, would it?
It sits off, it's actually a little bit further back, but it is on the side, it's on the
It's not
side.
paved, is it?
I'm sorry?
Likely even still it wouldn't be because it's not paved. It's grassy area from what I can see.
Yeah, I would have to double check, but yeah, they are in the process. But as of my final reinspection, they did not have that is a grassy area. They did
All
not
right,
have
it
the
would have
variance.
been nice if there had been an appearance by the property owner, out of respect for the process, or at least to advise the special magistrate what they're doing. But they represented to you that they're in the process of trying to get a variance.
Yes, sir. She said that she's going through she's getting all the paperwork. I'm actually surprised that there is no one here.
Okay, well, what is your recommendation? Table it?
Yes, sir. I think so. Yes, sir.
Okay. If they're going through the process, albeit it's not going to be that easy, but one of the things, as you noted, is that they have to.
Yeah, I would actually ask that we enter an adjudication and give them another, maybe.
Okay, that's
until
fair.
the next hearing. At least that way, if it's not approved or it's not complete,
They can come back and tell me what they're going to do about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented showing that the violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case is RK San Souci Plaza LLC, case number FYBRR 2018-00003. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of January the 8th of 2020. The fine set was $250. The property address is 2178 Northeast 123 Street.
How do I pull up the thing? I forgot.
What do you want, the case?
Mm-hmm.
RK San Souci.
You ready for me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Good afternoon, Gary Bezic for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited to submit a 40-year recertification. They submitted preliminary reports sometime last year, but as of today, they still haven't submitted the city with a clear report, so the violation is still there.
Do you have a picture of the property?
No, it's for 40 years. Normally, I don't take pictures for 40 years. Basically, they have to submit the report.
Hang on one second. There's a backpack here somewhere. Oh, whose it belongs to? But
Probably for the laptop, probably.
Huh?
Probably for the laptop, I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so no compliance. Have you spoken with the owner?
No, not till the last time. When we was here the last time, he came on, but it wasn't really on the agenda. I don't know if you recall.
Okay, is this RK? Does that stand for Renan Katz?
I'm not sure what it stands for, but you own a lot of plaza. You own a lot of plaza. I'm not sure what it stands for.
Because I would have, if it's him, I would have expected him to show up. Or have somebody show up for
The last year we have somebody was online, but we told he wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, so this goes back to January 8th. And do we know what the status of the 40-year recertification is?
Well, at this point, there's not a clear report. All we do is the property owner hire an architect or engineer to do their inspections and they submit. All we got was a preliminary report that shows some deficiency, and as of today, we haven't got a clear report.
So we don't have it, period.
A clear report now.
Okay. So you're asking me to ratify the fines?
Ratify the fine, yeah.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the 40-year recertification has not been filed, therefore the property is out of compliance and has been out of compliance since January 8th, 2020. I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs in favor of the city and authorize the filing of a lien.
Okay.
The next case is Rodriguez, case number CESEA 2020-00002. Property address 2160 Northeast 122 Road. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Okay, good afternoon. Is this a seawall issue?
Yes, it is.
Okay, tell me about it.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 2160 Northeast 122nd Street. It was originally opened on June 17, 2020, whereas I was on the water. Well, I received a phone call, so I went out on the waterways with Marine Patrol, whereas I noticed the seawall collapse. They were already doing construction on the property. They were prepping it to build new construction. And at that time, the seawall collapsed. As of last week, we went Thursday. Last week, Thursday, the property, still remains pretty much in the same condition. They put a small barrier against it, as you see maybe depicted in the picture on the 5th. Some type of yellow barrier to keep it from the dirt and debris from going into the waterways, but construction has stopped. The last time I've seen anyone at the property has been maybe August, September, but they have renewed the permit, but again, it still remains in need of some repairs.
They have a permit for the seawall or a permit for the construction?
They have a permit for everything at this present time. After they were cited for the seawall, they had a permit that was opened in April of 2018, whereas it lapsed. It expired. They renewed it twice. They recently renewed it in July of 2020. So again, it's for the construction of the home and for the building up and the replacement of the seawall.
Okay, and the last conversation you had with them, if any?
The last conversation I had with them was July 16th, 2020, whereas they notified me that the permit had been renewed and that they were going to start work, but I haven't seen any activity or anything going on at the property. It looks pretty much...
Okay, how did you effectuate service?
I posted the notice on the front gate, for the front gate of the property. It's construction, so they have a construction barrier on it, but I posted it on the front gate.
And certified mail?
Yeah, and certified mail.
Okay, so based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, depicting that the cited violation still exists. This is a first-time offender, right? No prior adjudication. Proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of, let me do 60 days because of the nature of the work that needs to get done and the fact that they apparently have permits. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. So the abatement date is 60 days.
So that's April 8th.
Yes.
Okay. The next case on the agenda is Roger Gonzalez, MHBIO 2017-01269. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th of 2020. The fine set was $300. The property address is 1580 Northeast 141 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Mr. Beswick, please tell us about this case at 1580 Northeast 141st Street.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property was cited for failure to obtain a required permit for kitchen and bathroom renovation. This is the property, the last time we was here, the gentleman claimed he wasn't doing anything, and we asked for an inspection. I don't know if you recall.
Is this the, if I recall correctly, is this the gentleman who insisted that he has constitutional rights not to do anything? Something like that?
No. It's the one that said that he didn't remodel the kitchen and the bathroom.
Oh,
and then we asked for an inspection. Well, we did do the inspection, and he did renovate the kitchen and the bathroom, because when he purchased the property, I did a reoccupancy inspection. When I do inspection, I take pictures.
Okay.
So we did confirm that, and as you can see on the screen, the pictures of back when he bought it in 2014 compared to what it looked like today.
So, what's the latest that you've heard from him?
The latest, they apply for an after the fact, because it's two violations, but there's one in front of you. We apply for an after the fact permit for the interior remodeling and for an addition for the carport, because I also cite him for the separate violation for doing the roof on a carport without a permit. So I guess he planned on enclosing the carport, so they applied for an after the fact permit. So basically we're seeking adjudication, and you can put abatement date for April 8th.
This is already adjudicated.
It is?
Yeah, it was adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th.
Okay, let it fine run.
All right, let me ratify the fines then.
Because he lied.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December 8th, 2020, I find in favor of the city, hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $300, and the fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs against the city and authorize the filing of a lien.
I'm going to call your next case. The next case that I'm going to call into record is Sabarna Inc., case number FYBRR 2019-00036. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of May 13th of 2020. The fine set was $250. The property address is 13655 West Dixie Highway. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department. I'd like to table this case until April 8th.
All right, tabled.
Okay.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
The next case is Sandro St. Flor, case number CEBPR 2020-00032, property address 1540 Northeast 137th Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
She left.
Karen left?
One second, sir.
While we wait for Karen, I'm going to call the case for T-Mobile, case number CEZCU 2020-00020. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of January 15th of 2021. The fine set was $300. The property address is 13090 Northwest 7th Avenue. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Ms. Sanders, welcome. Good afternoon. This is T-Mobile and it deals with a certificate of use.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As of last week, on the 5th, compliance has not been met. They still have not obtained their certificate of use. They haven't applied for it nor obtained it from the city at this time. I am sure a proper service was given. The notice to appear was hand delivered to a store manager named Steven, and certified mailing was mailed out to the property as well, to the corporation as well.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since January 15, 2021, I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $300. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance, assess costs in favor of the city, and authorize the filing of a lien.
Chairman, Rick already know he has one more case on the.
Oh, yeah, he's still out there. Let me call him.
See if she's there so I can call her case.
Okay.
You called already? Okay, so Sandro Sant Flora at the property of 1540 Northeast 137th Street, the officer states that that case has been complied.
Very well. Next case dismissed.
The next case is TAH 2018 borrower, case number CEZPU 2020-00028. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 25th of 2020. The fine set was $1,000. The property address is 1015 Northwest 130 Street. Wayne Clark is the officer. What number is it, I'm sorry? 33, TAH 2018 1 borrower LLC.
Yeah, I remember this case. I remember an officer testifying. This is an adult living facility.
Excuse me?
This is an adult living facility.
Yeah, it appears to be that way. It was a thing between the title on the businesses. Someone said adult living facility. Someone said a rooming house, and there was another term beginning with an A2. I can't remember. Assisted living facility, which, you know, in the code, I think it's assisted living and adult living facility is right there together. The only difference is the permitted requirement for that adult living facility. And they have been notified. Wayne Clark, City, North Miami Code Compliance, of course, and I went by on my final inspection last week, the 4th of this month, and I knocked on the door at first. I didn't get an answer, you know, just trying to get a status of what's going on. So I walked across the street doing extensive investigating, and I asked a neighbor about it, and she said, "Oh yeah, they're still there." I said, "Oh, well." She said, "Yeah, the same amount of people are still there." I said, and then I, you know, was kind of inquiring about, is it still noisy around here? Are there public disturbances? She was like, "No, it's quiet, but they're still there." And when I went to return to my car, I seen a young lady standing in the door with a notice in her hand. With the business card in her hand. So I asked her, you know, who she was, and she identified herself as one of the tenants there. And then I asked her, was everyone that was here a month ago still here? And she said, yes, everybody's still there. And I asked her the same questions. Is everything calm? You haven't been having no issues? She's like, no. And then I asked who was the manager in charge and she said that her name was Bonnie. And I said, well, could you be kind enough to give Bonnie my business card and have her give me a call? To date, I didn't get a call, and also when I checked the record, as recent as yesterday, there still hasn't been any documentation or application filed to have that business there, and I haven't had any response from anyone or correspondence probably since it first started. No, since November 10th, 2020. There was someone representing the company that this home is, this property is names on, and asked me, was it taken care of? And I said, no, it hasn't been taken care of. And she said, okay, I'll make sure it's taken care of, which was a representative of TAR 2018 on Bar LLC. So, and that was a while ago too.
All right,
and I
let
haven't heard anything back from them.
me cut to the chase, because as I understand the violation here, it's a zoning issue. The property is within the R2 residential zoning district, which allows no more than 6 tenants. I remember hearing testimony last time that they had more than 7. So is that the violation, or is there something else that came up between the last meeting and this meeting?
No, the same thing. I just would like giving you an update on, or talk with.
So if I may, I believe what the issue is here is that they don't have licensure. They have not been to the city. The city has no knowledge of this facility, whether it's 6, 5, 2, or 1. They have not been, it is a residential area without licensure to be running the operation there.
They don't have any license with the state either to operate?
I don't know what their state licensure looks like, but as far as the city is concerned.
No licenses with the city.
But this violation is in reference to a zone prohibited. I don't know why we don't have a supplemental case reference the licensure. But
yeah, that's the first I hear about an occupational license BTR issue.
Yeah, so what we're dealing with today is reference the zone prohibited use. We've not made contact, I don't believe, with the owner to be given access into the property for any inspections. And as I know it, there's been no exceptions or any, again, licensure or anything given to the property owner, whether it's the property owner or the tenant or whoever is running the location, to be running it. And, it's a concern for the city as it pertains to life safety.
Yeah, but they can't get a license as long as they're operating, allowing more than 6 tenants, because it's in a prohibited district. So it's unless they limit their tenants to 6 or less, they're not going to be able to get a license.
Correct.
BTR. They don't have a BTR right now.
No, nothing.
So the city's been in contact with a few of the neighbors who've made several complaints about the location, and I believe we heard, I don't know when we last heard it, or it was adjudicated in December, and we would definitely request at this time that the fines move forward.
Okay, and look for other violations.
Right. Why don't we have a licensure case open late?
I text you on that, asking you about that. Should it be failed when I got it back for re-inspection and you never, you might have read it, but you didn't respond to me for both of them.
So let's make a note to follow up on this one as well, please.
Because I did want to put them on there, but I didn't want to do it without your okay, so.
Okay.
What does it mean here where there is a comment? If not in compliance at the reinspection date, a civil citation and court summons will be issued to the property owner per Miami-Dade County appraiser.
Oh, that must be a typo. The per Miami-Dade County appraiser, that shouldn't even be on there, that part.
That's why I'm getting a little bit.
Yeah. Just omit that Miami-Dade property appraiser.
Okay.
Or some with, the typing, and if you go over a certain amount of lines, you have to input it a different way in the comments section.
Okay.
But they are active. I think I have a proof of that. They are active business through Sunbiz. I did look them up, and they are, I think it should be on, they are active
Okay.
as a business out of California.
All right, let me ratify the fines based on the testimony of the city's code enforcement officer and the evidence presented reflecting that the property is still out of compliance since the abatement day of December 25, 2020. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $1,000. The fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs in favor of the city and authorize the filing of a lien.
The next case is 13020 Northeast
Thank you.
6 Ave Prestige, case number MAGIO 2017-01304. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th of 2020. The fine set was $250. The property address is 13020 Northeast 6th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Special Magistrate, I did just receive in my records email here a request for extension from the property owner stating that they have a permit runner by the name of Jason who is working on finalizing the permit. So
tell me which property this is again.
It's item number 15. The name is 13020 Northeast 6th Ave Prestige, and the property address is 13020 Northeast 6th Ave.
And the
okay.
It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th, 2020.
That's an old case from 2017. Dragon Retreat.
And I haven't found it on my notes yet. I know what number it is on yours, but I have a different list here. 13020 Northeast 6th Avenue Prestige.
That's the name.
And this is for a walkway and stairway railing. I remember seeing pictures about that. Tell me a little bit more about it before I...
Property owner has been ignoring all these years.
Okay. Since when?
It's 2017.
There's an abatement date of December 8th of 2020. Okay. You got a call from
I just received
someone?
No, I received an extension request form just a little while ago stating that they have a permit runner by the name of Jason that's finalizing the permits. And they requested an extension.
Obviously, you're not in favor.
No,
okay. Neither am I. So I deny the request for an extension. They've had plenty of time to comply. I am going to ratify the fines. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December 8, 2020. I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess cost in favor of the city and authorize the filing of a lien.
Thank you.
The last 3 cases on the agenda are for William Siren. Case number CEFAC 2020-00006, CEMHS 2020-00016, and CEMHS 2020-00017. The property address on all 3 cases is 365 Northeast 125 Street. Edmund St. Louis is the officer.
Good afternoon.
First one deals with an air conditioner.
That is correct.
Okay.
This violation was generated on June 8th, 2020. It came through as a complaint with the tenant residing at the property. The property owner, however, was here. He had an emergency. He was assigned downstairs on the 2nd floor. And I told him it's a bit last minute to request an extension, and we still have to move forward.
This is a first time?
First case, yeah, first time.
Okay.
Was he the one that had the stroke?
No.
No, I think it's somebody within his family member had an emergency, I believe.
Oh, well, I already sent that we should postpone it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have.
We have to read that to record.
Right, but we should have read that it was postponed, sir. I had already given them the authorization to postpone.
Okay, so as to all three of them?
Yeah, he showed up in good faith. He had an emergency and had to leave, so it's the first time being heard, so the city's okay with giving him an extension until next month.
Okay, on all three cases. All right. So ordered. Is that it?
Yes, that's it. That would conclude the agenda.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we're adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you, Jennifer.